Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. It's your casters here to join alongside you to witness history as Contra as well as Choo. Later on, we'll also bring FaZe on board to witness all the glimpse of glory and see who will book their qualification spots to the main event happening in Aichi, Nagoya, Japan for the 20th Asian Games.
It's going to be the last push for only the remaining teams that still going to contest when it comes to the finals here today. And we do know there's not plenty of them. There's 12 and only 8 will advance to as the main event. And yesterday, just to recap, if you guys didn't know what happened yesterday, was I would say we were lucky we didn't have a tiebreaker yesterday when it comes to the top 6. But when it comes to only the top 8 today to advance to the main event, we can see between Group A and Group B. Group A, there'll be pretty much Team Vietnam seems to be dominating that lobby so far. But when it comes to yesterday in Group B, everybody seems to be on the same par. So it's pretty difficult to call it out for today's who will make it through.
That's true, and overall it's been a really stiff competition. We've had a total of 23 nations as well as regions contending, and now to the top 12 will still be fighting for that chance to prove to the world that they are the very best at PUBG Mobile here in the Battle Royale category. And overall, we're definitely seeing really big surprises as well as some upsets. But of course, we'll talk about that a little bit later on to fill you guys with the story. So we've had 2 days of group stage for each respective groups. A was playing back in the 19th, where we saw the host nation of Vietnam dominating that group entirely. And on June 20th, which concluded yesterday, we also saw Team Nepal as well as Myanmar showing what they're made of. Now we're down to the finals, and there's only going to be those limited 8 spots to hit directly to the 20th Asian Games, as we're playing in the beautiful city of Ho Chi Minh. We'll see whether Vietnam once again show their prowess with those domineering run back in Group A, or perhaps Group B can give them a really strong fight.
Now, when it comes to today, yes, we haven't seen Team Vietnam to compete against yesterday's top teams as well. Like we mentioned before, we already done for our group stage for day number 1 and 2, Group A and Group B, where we had 23 teams, which we cut short to only 12 teams left in these finals. Only 1 match day, so it means that all the teams really have to push all out here today if they want to make it to the main event, because there will be only 8 possible slots, because the other 4 slots already reserved for Team China, Team South Korea, Team Chinese Taipei, and Team Japan for the other 4 teams.
That's right, and of course they'll be also watching at who will be contesting them in the main event itself. But overall, I guess this is going to be pretty much similar to the group stages, except for the fact that maybe you just have to maintain a certain level of composure, because by the end of the evening, 4 teams will not make it to the main event, which of course the battle has intensified towards this very final 6 matches to go. And for those of you guys who are joining us for the very first time, welcome on board. If you guys are not familiar with the point system, the winner chicken dinner will award the team with 10 points. On second place, it will be 6 points, as each position will have a reduced point itself all the way down to the 8th position. From 9 to 12, that will be no points gained. Therefore, every elimination is where they get to garner even more.
At least when it comes to the point system, everybody seems to be very familiar with it. We're going to still use the same PUBG Mobile usual point system in this tournament as well. But when it comes to certain graphics, for example, the holographic projection team that you guys see, a bit futuristic when it comes to the eliminations animation. That's what we love about this exclusive, the Asian game version of PUBG Mobile. It's so sharp, it's so sleek. But when it comes to which teams will be competing today, we re-welcome as well to Team Vietnam, Team Thailand, Team Hong Kong, China, Team King of Saudi Arabia, Team Indonesia, Team Jordan.
That's right, and in Group B, we of course welcome Nepal, Pakistan, Myanmar, Uzbekistan, Team Malaysia, and of course Brunei Darussalam to be representing from that group itself. But more importantly, they are playing for their dreams, for their hopes, and for their future as well, to carry their flags of their respective region and into the 20th Asian Games.
Well, for you guys watching at home, don't forget to cheer and support and rally behind your national teams, because they'll be fighting for your pride, your national pride. And it's not a common scene that we can actually see players coming from different clubs to actually unite to achieve a brighter future in this tournament as a nation's team. But today we only have 6 more maps to go. 6 maps only, and there's a lot of debate coming into the other teams that couldn't make it through, like for example in the case of course Team Mongolia, what happened yesterday. Same goes for when it comes to Group B. Example here, it's gonna be who else didn't make it for Group A? Team Sri Lanka, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, I think Kazakhstan didn't make it through as well. So I think everybody have to have a new mindset here. When it comes to the Asian Games, it's this qualifier. It's very different. Even though the format seems like very similar to the pro scene that we've seen before in PUBG Mobile Pro scene, but you have to remember when it comes to the timeline, the schedule, it's very compact. There's no room for error. There's no experimental games for them to try things out and familiarize with the other teams. They only have a day. For teams, late bloomer teams, they might face some difficulty to actually be dominant in this kind of format.
I certainly agree. Certain times you see a team likes to take a couple of rounds to really adapt to learn about other teams. But when you only have 6 maps, if you just cut out maybe 3 rounds, you only have the other half to try to play catch up. And that is going to be very, very difficult when other teams have gotten those kind of head start, which we saw fluctuations coming from some of the squads. Back in Group A, you saw the Team Philippines, they got themselves just about enough points, but because they were short of that chicken dinner, they did not see qualification by the end of the evening, which was of course really sad for of course the fans who have been rooting for them. You could also say the same about Team Mongolia. They had some good runs. They also do have certain runs where they didn't really manage to get all too much out, especially when it comes down to those matches in Miramar. So it just goes to show you that the level of competition right here is pretty much some of the greatest in the field, where we saw there's just teams who have performed magnificently, such as Team Pakistan, who has got the entirety of 4 tribes who just won that PMGO Season 1. So other than that, there's still many of all the other competitors out here on the field that will be proving that they still have what it takes. We also see Brunei Darussalam now making it to the finals for the very first time of finals in the international circuit. This is definitely an achievement by its own, but it would be even better if they can make their way to secure these golden tickets from the stage.
This is so cool. Oh, okay. I'm still watching that visual just now. But yeah, that what is that, by the way? What kind of ticket? That's gonna be the ticket for them to actually fly to Japan for the main event, and that's pretty cool. I do know it's something physical they can actually touch, and quite a thing that they can actually hold as a team as well. But yeah, I agree. When it comes to yesterday, especially very last minute, especially for Team Iraq, they got eliminated quite slightly just tiny bit too early when it comes to Miramar. Down to the last game, we had no clue who would actually make it through for the last few slots yesterday. So it might be the same case for today as well.
Yeah, of course. I believe that they've already gotten the hang of the tempo of each respective groups. But when you merge both groups, that's where there's still a lot of all these gray areas, which they will have to basically stick to their own game plan just to be on the safer side. And we talk about experimentation, and for teams who are confident, they definitely like to try to pursue for more of all those added points in the early phase of the game. And that being said, though, I think that overall there's definitely going to be a very mixed sort of play style coming from each respective region as well as nation that is competing. I do believe that later on we'll get to see some of the players, of course, take the stage as well as get themselves into their respective stations. And as a coach or even as an analyst for maybe each respective country or region, I'm pretty sure that they have so little time to prepare for adjustments in order to face the opposing group moving to the finals.
Question is, do they even have the time to revise themselves for the map rotations by the end of the day? I mean, it has been a super hard grind for these players, and definitely when it comes to their pride, it's going to be the sense of pride that seems to be the main drive to just go for the slots. And of course, when it comes to this tournament, nobody will actually gain any medals yet. It's going to be the main event, but to get into the main event is definitely very challenging journey for the players. And of course, when it comes to the teams, like you mentioned about Brunei yesterday, Brunei, they were very close of being relegated yesterday, but the grit that they show in the very last minute, it shows that as long as you are thirsty enough to go for that slot, to keep reminding yourself that you are fighting for your national pride here, that's what keeps them going, because if not, it was super difficult, especially in this lobby right now. It's super stacked.
Yeah, I like the grit and determination being shown by them, and for the fact of the matter that they've been able to also match up to a team with the caliber of Malaysia, of having almost similar stats as well. We see ourselves the beautiful stage being set perfectly. I believe we're getting ourselves ready to take on the first challenge, as we will have 4 maps of play once again in Erangel, and then to close off the night, 2 maps of Miramar. So pretty much it's going to be a similar ordeal where you can't say that they're unfamiliar with their surroundings, but more importantly, they're not too familiar with the opposing group. That's pretty much it. And last we saw, we're seeing a little bit of repetition of maybe certain areas to end up with, and that is where, you know, this time around probably there will be a bigger shifts moving into the finals.
Now, speaking of the shifts, right, we do know when it comes to Group A and Group B, there are certain teams that seems to be slightly dominating over that lobby. And I'm super interested to see for Team Vietnam, of course. Coming up from Group A, we do know Vietnam just seems to be on a different level entirely. They're just winning it over in a landslide when it comes to overall ranking, so on. And they have been dominating a lot in the Miramar map. Out of all, the Erangel map, out of the 4 Erangel maps, they actually won 3 chickens in day number 1. Whilst we do have Team Thai, seems to be one of the most consistent team as well. But don't forget about, like you mentioned about Team Pakistan, they were a big trouble for all the other teams when it comes to the very last minute. I'm looking forward when it comes to Team Pakistan, Team Nepal, for their fragging power here today, including Myanmar, of course, coming up from Group B. But when it comes to Group A, this is going to be a high contention between not just the 3 teams coming up from Group B, but another 3 teams that I like to point out when it comes to Group A is going to be Team Vietnam, Team Thailand, and possibly Team Indonesia, that I feel like they probably start to slightly be more active today.
Yeah, I think like Team Indonesia, they didn't really show all their cards when they were playing back in Group A, but they were just barely making it into the finals, which we're really glad to see them be on board. And now that they actually get another chance, I hope that they've made an adjustment into, of course, utilizing that full day of rest in order to read the opposing teams. In essence, I would still think that Team Vietnam, not only do they have, you know, the backing and support coming into this event itself, I'm pretty sure the fans are highly rooting for them. And overall, when we take a look at their performance, that's 99 points in 6 matches that they've been able. So far, no team has been able to top that record, even from the side of Group B. Despite Team Nepal trying, Team Myanmar has tried with those 2 chicken dinners. It was still a really stacked group though, but right now, it's all about making it into the top 8. Even if they don't really get too many chicken dinners, more importantly, they need enough points in the top 8.
Yeah, speaking of the top 8, it's going to be really tough for the teams that will be playing very conservatively today. That's not going to work. So far, we do know teams that play too safe doesn't seem to have the space to be qualified towards the next stage. So like it or not, they have to step up their game here, especially the teams that not really getting those high frag numbers. And of course, their eliminations during the group stage before. So I think they definitely had the time to revise with their coaching staff, to really revise regarding their rotations, what they have to do, and maybe be more proactive in the early stage just to find a target slightly. But maybe can we actually fault the circle a bit, because it has been a weird circle, this event though. It has been the same place, especially yesterday.
Yeah, I think like, to me, if I were to be playing in there, I would definitely feel a little bit bummed. But at the same time, if you have the same circle, then you don't really have excuse, where it's all about performing to your utmost best potential, because it's something that was supposed to be a non-constant and it suddenly became constant in your Erangel. So that is not exactly all too much of an excuse, because when you are a pro player, when you've basically been an athlete athlete in this category for, I don't know, years after years. You probably have seen it all by now. Remember in the old days where we have really funky ones that almost have it ending in the water? I'm thankful we don't really get to see any of those because the game has grown so much over the years. And overall, of course, the players themselves have grown so much. You take a look at, all the rising stars. Jordan made it to the list. We also see from yesterday as well, Brunei made it to the list. Team Malaysia also squeezed their way into the finals. Of course, they are veterans in the scene. And speaking of veterans here, we have the boys of Yangon Galacticos, Team Myanmar, looking pretty much locked in for the very first game.
Means that our lobby probably already up by now, so it's just ready to go. And buckle up, ladies and gents, because we do know there's only 6 maps for these guys to really go all out to be in the main event. There's not many mistakes can be made when it comes to today, the most important day. And like you mentioned, I agree with you. It feels like a lot of teams still holding back. It's not showing off their colors yet. I feel a lot of them has been calculating regarding their points, how much will be enough to be during the finals. Now, today will be that day that we can actually get to see a glimpse of that high quality players that they have been hiding over the past few days. But I feel like they might actually still hold back for some reason, because they don't want to show all their cards way too early, because this is not the main event yet.
But they gotta treat it as such, because once you get to the main event, there's no more holding back, and you might have like other teams working harder than you, and you will not know for that very fact, because it's 3 months until then. So they really gotta at least show that high level potential, and you gotta also inflict a little bit more of the psychological stance that your nation, your team is better than the rest. So of course that is not only bragging rights, but also something in game that you don't want teams to simply challenge you, thinking that, hey, you're going to be an easy contest in that sense. There's just no easy contest whatsoever here to shoot. So yeah, it's definitely interesting.
So speaking of easy and not easy, do you have any particular teams that you have your eyes set on to, especially when it comes to yesterday's lobby, of course? Any particular favorites for your side?
I still think that it's been exciting to really witness Team Pakistan without chicken dinners. They have no issues whatsoever. I know I sound like a broken record where I mentioned them a few times before. Team Nepal is the one that has a mix of both, right? They know how to keep themselves pretty relatively healthy. They always play for the end game, and they've always hit the mark. So that's from Group B, but from Group A, I'm hoping to see a little bit more coming from Team Thailand. I think they had a couple of rounds where they drop out at 0, but thankfully they did bounce back. They also did secure themselves some really big rounds to really get into the mix of it. And of course, the hot favorites, Team Vietnam, they're definitely going to be looking to lock themselves a spot for themselves.
Now, I'm looking at the stats that I actually haven't saved for myself here for my notebook, but when it comes to the eliminations, and so far the highest eliminations number from Erangel only is coming up from Team Vietnam with 16 eliminations for the record in this tournament. That's the highest elimination in one single map by a group or by a team. And compared to yesterday, I think it's because Group B lobby feels like they have more active rotations compared to Group A. Hence, the distribution of elimination seems to be a bit more slightly equal between 4 or 5 teams. The average usually that we actually see, it's going to be around 9 to 7 eliminations for 4 or 5 teams at the very top, right? For every single map, that's the average. Whilst on the side of Group A, it's a very different spectrum entirely. I mean, don't forget about Saudi Arabia. Team Saudi Arabia do have the momentum to initiate a lot of early fights. We do know Saudi Arabia love those early fights. And if you look at how Group B teams that's remained from Group B yesterday, I don't see any of the teams coming up from Group B do love early fights, and a lot of them actually do prefer mid, stage 4 onwards kind of fight. including Brunei. Brunei wasn't too active in
Yeah,
the stage.
I would say that they are one of the more tactical teams that love to play on the defense, which has worked out for them. They squeeze in just about enough points to get by, although it seemed a little bit risky. But I like the fact that with the addition to Rong within the squad, of course, Chewy as well as newbies, they've always been at the forefront, but Rong has always been able to back up when necessary as well, which have gained them just about enough points. Especially it was left towards the very final game where they were battling up against Team Malaysia in order to secure that spot, which unfortunately for Team Iraq, they dropped out early. They were being one of the hopefuls. They just didn't really have a say towards the very end. Meanwhile, I think like a team that is very similar to Brunei back in Group A was Team Jordan. But Jordan, they know that, okay, when they really have to push, they will by all means try to farm up some of all these elims necessary. So if we're talking about heavy hitters, well, Team Myanmar versus Team Vietnam will definitely be something really interesting to watch. So just imagining the sheer prowess when it comes down to aim duels, whether it's close distance or even long distance, they definitely have a lot to show us. And overall, we definitely do have the South Asian side of Nepal. We've mentioned about Pakistan already. Another team that I think has been pretty much on the elusive side was Uzbekistan, where they really showed us that they have raw firepower. They also do have some really good tactics, and they also did secure a win coming from Group B yesterday.
Oh yeah, they. When it comes to their stats yesterday, I didn't mention about Team Uzbekistan have a high chance of getting the 4th spot compared to all the others slightly early because of how they got themselves plenty of those eliminations. But their only problem was their placement points, that's it. But the moment they can start to get themselves momentum, I mean, the difference that I noticed for after years of casting, right? We kind of see the pattern here. Sometimes it's hard to break it down by words, but we kind of sense the pattern where if a team, as a start, they got plenty of elimination, it shows that their prowess of their firing prowess is there. But in terms of the lacking issue, it's going to be only their rotation. Usually, they need to familiarize themselves with that lobby. So giving them time enough, by midday, they definitely will start to get that tempo on, and it's not going to be a problem for them by the end of the day to finish at least slightly stronger than they start. But in the cases of the teams that do have higher placement points with very low elimination, usually they don't perform well to the end of the day. They probably have a very great start, like a very good average kind of elimination, 5, 6, or sometimes 10, depending on where they got themselves positioned. But it's usually just ended up like one big hell in one map, and then they kind of went quiet by end of the day. That's usually going to be the case. So I hope that's not going to be the case for teams like we mentioned, Brunei. I hope they actually try to get a bit more aggressive for today, and they need that. They have to step it up. But for the side of Team Uzbekistan, I wouldn't worry too much about them. What my concern right now is going to be Team Philippines, because we do know they usually love, during the league stage of the pro scene, they love those early fights. But it's not working out for them when it comes to Asian Games.
Yeah, I think like definitely they bite a little bit.
I want to
too much
say
more
something, but I just try to hold myself back. Because we do know there's one player from Philippines that we're looking forward to see in Asian Games, but he's not here. I think just like how Voki yesterday, I hope Voki for Team Malaysia, I hope Voki will be deployed earlier today, because we saw how much the change of dynamic for one player to actually lead the whole team to a better position by end of the day, and even got himself that slot in the very last minute.
Yeah, I definitely do think that it was such an important substitution where you start to see more confidence when Voki is around versus when he wasn't around. There was literally 0 elimination points. And I do know what you were trying to mention. I think like we had that chatter. I'm looking through the list of the Philippines roster, and I was like thinking, where is Federalis? Federalis has been a star even back in the days when he was playing in, different teams overall, whether And then after that, he has spent a lot of time in PMPL Indonesia under the banner of Bigatron by Vitality. So yeah, that was really a big surprise to me that he was not being involved. But of course, we don't really get to say. I definitely think that it was the right idea to have, the members of Hive International play together. And I wouldn't say there was anyone to blame overall when it comes down to a draw. It really boils down to maybe that very final battle. I believe they were taking on another squad for that chicken dinner. Was it Vietnam? Was it somebody else? But it only required one more elimination point in order to break that tiebreaker, or else when it comes down to the tiebreaker, we saw what happened. Team Jordan did make it through. But of course, needless to say, Jordan, they've earned their rights. They've won that chicken dinner before, which is why they are able to actually make it past. So right here in this very final stage, I felt like no teams can afford to leave it up to chance. They cannot just sit around hoping that, the circle will just fall upon them. So overall, they really have to work for it. There are certain times that you see certain teams, they like to play by the edges, take a little bit more of that slow approach, and then come time into stage 4 onwards, that forms a buildup of a cluster, and that's where you have no other options but to look for a duel. So that is a little bit more of that risky play, whereas if you could basically rotate maybe a little bit more cleanly much earlier, then maybe some of these circumstances won't be too much of a force majeure in that instance.
Now, when it comes to our chat, of course, we definitely want to start the game very soon, and it's going to start very soon. But you guys are watching at home or wherever you are in the chat, don't forget to share and support to all your favorite teams or even your favorite players, and also rally behind your national teams because they are representing your nation and your region, because they are showcasing passion, determination, and a sense of national pride just for the sake of the medal slot. It's so difficult just to get the slot first. We're talking about the slot to the main event. It's not even the fight for the medal yet. Imagine the main event and around 3 more months. And so far, I think with the recent PMGO event that closed pretty much in the same this month early on, definitely gave a lot of momentum. We talked about the teams that seems to be in the middle pack. Now we want to talk about the top teams. But before we getting in depth regarding the top teams, we're going to toss it back to this stage perhaps. Let's go.
Every effort has led to this moment.
Khoảnh khắc quyết định chủ nhân xứng đáng nhất của 8 tấm vé đến Asian Games 2026. Xin được chào mừng toàn thể quý vị đại biểu và các bạn khán giả đang theo dõi qua màn ảnh nhỏ. Chúng ta đang cùng đến với vòng tuyển chọn Asian Games, bộ môn PUBG Mobile.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of 2026 Asian Game Esports Qualifiers, PUBG Mobile Asian Games version.
Vâng, và thưa quý vị, như vậy là sau 2 ngày tranh tài vô cùng kịch tính và hấp dẫn thì chúng ta đã tìm được 12 đại diện xuất sắc nhất trong 23 đội tuyển đến từ các quốc gia và vùng lãnh thổ cùng góp mặt trong trận chung kết ngày hôm nay.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 days of intense group stage competition, we have narrowed the final down of 12 final teams for a total 23 national and territorial teams.
12 đội tuyển nhưng chỉ có 8 tấm vé đến với lại Asian Games. Vinh quang hay tiếc nuối, tất cả sẽ được bật mí trong trận chung kết ngày hôm nay.
And 12 teams, just 8 tickets to the Asian Games 2026. Glory or heartbreak, every effort, every decision, every moment of determination will be put on this test today.
Và với bản thân của Hoàng Nam thì rõ ràng khi mà được theo dõi cả 23 đội tuyển đến từ các quốc gia và vùng lãnh thổ trong 2 ngày thi đấu vừa qua thì chúng tôi cảm thấy được rõ ràng là có 2 cục diện chính đang được thiết lập. Với bảng A thì cả 12 đội tuyển đang cho chúng ta thấy một sức mạnh lớn đến từ các đại diện hàng đầu trong khu vực châu Á của chúng ta. Còn ở bảng B ngày hôm qua đó là một cuộc cạnh tranh với lại một cái cục diện mà rất cân bằng. Thậm chí chúng tôi không hề có thể đoán được đâu là những đội tuyển có thể là đạt được top 1 luôn. Vậy thì với Hoài An thì sao? Hoài An cảm thấy ấn tượng về điều gì xuyên suốt 2 ngày thi đấu vừa qua?
Thật sự với 2 ngày thi đấu vừa qua, Hoài An vẫn rất ấn tượng khi mà ở bảng A, Việt Nam đã bỏ rất xa top 2 và giữ một khoảng cách điểm thật sự phải nói rất ấn tượng và rất kỳ vọng vào sự thể hiện của đội tuyển quốc gia Việt Nam trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Và một chút xíu sự hào hứng đó chính là mình rất mong chờ để có thể phỏng vấn các vận động viên đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam.
Và đặc biệt là ngày hôm nay thì chúng tôi nghĩ rằng một cuộc diện sẽ khá là mở. Và những đội mà đã thi đấu tốt ở cả 2 ngày thi đấu đầu tiên thì cũng chưa thực sự là chắc chắn bản thân họ sẽ chiếm được cái ưu thế của mình trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Và đặc biệt là nếu như mà ngày thi đấu đầu tiên thì chúng ta thấy là Việt Nam, Thái Lan hay là cả Hồng Kông, Trung Quốc cũng như là Indonesia đã thể hiện được một bộ mặt rất là tốt. Và ngày thứ hôm qua thì chúng ta thấy được một thế chân vạc luôn, đó là đến từ Japan, từ Myanmar cũng như là các đội tuyển khác nữa. Thì chúng ta cũng có thể cảm nhận được là đây sẽ là một ngày thi đấu không hề dễ dàng một chút nào cả. Và nếu như mà 12 đội thi đấu ngày hôm nay thì chỉ có 8 tấm vé thôi, tức nghĩa là chỉ đâu đó một tỷ lệ xấp xỉ là khoảng 65% cho tới 70% những đội sẽ đến với lại Asian Games để cùng góp mặt với lại Trung Quốc, Hàn Quốc, Đài Loan, Trung Quốc và cả Nhật Bản nữa. Thì phải nói là một cuộc diện cũng khá là kịch tính ngày hôm nay. Hoài An kỳ vọng như thế nào về ngày thi đấu hôm nay của chúng ta?
Chắc chắn Hoài An sẽ kỳ vọng là có nhiều những biến số bất ngờ, bởi vì chúng ta sẽ trải qua 6 trận đấu trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay để có thể chọn ra được những cái tên xuất sắc nhất, chạm tay được tới 8 tấm vé. Đôi khi với thể thao điện tử thì Hoài An rất là mong chờ vào những yếu tố bất ngờ. Nếu như là có những đội tuyển giữ vững được cái khoảng cách điểm của mình thì gần như là câu trả lời nó đã quá là hiển nhiên rồi. Nhưng nếu như có những cái biến số bất ngờ nào đó ở trong những trận thi đấu cuối cùng để những đội tuyển mà đang ở trong vòng nguy hiểm hoặc có thể lội ngược dòng, đó chính là những khoảnh khắc với Hoài An.
I think they're definitely talking about when it comes to today's performance, of course, because it has been a very intense 2 days so far for both groups. And I think they have difficulty to talk about as well who's going to take over the top 8 slot that advance towards the main event.
That's true, and overall, we have no clue, no inkling of which teams will secure themselves that golden ticket that's coveted by many here. 23 teams, and now we're only down to 12, and only 8 gets to secure their slot into the 20th Asian Games main event. And overall, we definitely do have some hopefuls, but of course, we've seen those surprises coming in from Group A. We've seen the surprises coming in from Group B. Anyone has, of course, the grit and determination to push to their limit will be able to get their hands rewarded with the grand prize of getting themselves into the main event.
Yeah, that's why there's plenty of tickets at the back. That physical tickets basically is a symbol of the 8 teams getting involved towards the main event later in Japan.
And
of course, I think they definitely do want, when it comes to Team Vietnam, they have been showing such a strong contention side of themselves, yes. But do you think, now we talked about the top teams here, who do you think will actually dominate over this lobby? High chance that it's going to be on the number 1 top the entire day for today.
I think it's really difficult to point out who would exactly be number 1. I think the current favorites definitely will be the host nation of Vietnam, together alongside with Team Myanmar, Team Pakistan, as well Team Nepal, to be some of the most consistent. Now we will head back to the host as we will have the teams joining us on stage.
PUBG Mobile Asian Games version.
Bước ra sân khấu đầu tiên là cái tên sẵn sàng tạo nên những cơn địa chấn bất kỳ lúc nào. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Brunei Darussalam.
Stepping onto the stage first, a team ready to cause a shock at any given moment. Please welcome Team Brunei Darussalam.
Với các thành viên Shaco, Newbies, Chewy và Ron. Một luồng gió mới sẵn sàng tạo thành cuồng phong tại PUBG Mobile. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Hồng Kông, Trung Quốc.
A fresh wind ready to turn into a storm in PUBG Mobile. Please welcome Team Hong Kong, China.
Với các gương mặt Xiao Chia, Rare, Monkey và Zero. Đội hình siêu sao tập hợp những tuyển thủ đã từng đứng trên đỉnh vinh quang của khu vực. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Indonesia.
An all-star lineup of players who have already stood at the top of the region. Please welcome Team Indonesia.
Với các thành viên Ratama, Jeremy, Diệu Hop và Hankai. Đối tuyển luôn sẵn sàng khuấy động sân khấu với nguồn năng lượng tuyệt vời. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Jordan.
A team that's always ready to electrify the stage with incredible energy. Please welcome Team Jordan.
Với các thành viên Led, Ragnarok, Clever và Miracle. Những chiến binh quả cảm luôn thi đấu hết mình vì vinh quang. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Malaysia.
Fearless warriors who always give everything for glory. Please welcome Team Malaysia.
Với các thành viên Fastcry, Tifta, Kim và Voki. Đội tuyển với những cái tên luôn tràn đầy năng lượng và sự tự tin. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Myanmar.
A team whose players are always brimming with energy and confidence. Please welcome Team Myanmar.
Với các thành viên Manage, Romeo, Seklau và Smile. Đội tuyển hàng đầu châu Á với những tài năng đẳng cấp thế giới. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Nepal.
One of Asia's top teams packed with the world-class talent. Please welcome Team Nepal.
Với các thành viên Zio, Delta, Jordi và Hami Pashamay. Một thế lực đang trỗi dậy tại các giải PUBG Mobile quốc tế. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Pakistan.
A rising powerhouse on the international PUBG Mobile stage. Please welcome Team Pakistan.
Với các thành viên Salek, Huzaifa, D34, OP và IQ. Những cái tên đã chinh chiến qua nhiều đấu trường lớn của thế giới. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Saudi Arabia.
Names that have battled across some of the biggest stage in the world. Please welcome Team Saudi Arabia.
Với các thành viên British, Mark Amori và ID7. Đội tuyển tập hợp những cái tên từng làm mưa làm gió tại đấu trường khu vực. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Thái Lan.
A roster of names that once dominated the regional scene. Please welcome Team Thailand.
Với các thành viên Moman, Tonic, Swap và Joker. Những tuyển thủ với lối chơi cống hiến luôn làm mãn nhãn người hâm mộ. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Uzbekistan.
Players whose on-out playstyle never fails to entertain the fans. Please welcome Team Uzbekistan.
Với các gương mặt Glory, Easy for Bad Boy, Hot Boy và Ramses. Và cuối cùng, đội tuyển đang ở trên đỉnh cao phong độ khi dẫn đầu bảng A với số điểm không tưởng 99, những chiến binh sao vàng. Xin chào đón đại diện chủ nhà Việt Nam.
And finally, a team riding the peak of their form, having top Group A with an invaluable 1990 points, the Golden Star Warriors. Please welcome the host nation, Team Vietnam.
Z Hiếu, Bozy, Win và Topsy. Và lúc này, 12 đội tuyển đã sẵn sàng. 6 trận đấu quyết định đang chờ đợi phía trước. Và ngay bây giờ, xin mời quý vị và các bạn khán giả tới với ban bình luận để trận đấu được phép bắt đầu.
All teams are ready since decisive matches lie ahead. Right now, let's head it over to the casters as we get ready to begin the match.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The best of the very best across Asia now contends for that final 8 slots. And, you know, when we take a look at the walk-in, it's stars upon stars that takes the stage, where we've had some really, really great plays over the course of the past 2 days. And perhaps those big plays will be toppled by even more for the final 6 games to be played here, Choo Choo.
Sorry for that. When it comes to, I agree. When it comes to the match here today, we have very little amount of maps for these teams to really grind it up. There's going to be only 6 maps, and out of the 6, 4 will be a random map, which means a lot of the top teams do prefer to have those high frag numbers in this particular map. So the question is, can the teams that we've seen during the group stage at the, I won't say the bottom teams, but the teams that have slight issues or some trouble to find those early elimination points, can actually be a bit more out there when it comes to today's, because there's no stopping these teams right now. I want to see if Team Vietnam can be stopped with Group B top 6 in the fray now. But at the same time, don't forget about Team Nepal and Team Pakistan yesterday has been just bulldozing all the other teams flat out quite early on. But speaking, eyes locked into Team Saudi Arabia and possibly Team Jordan in this case. And perhaps I'll be pitching Malaysian name as well if they want to engage early fights, because since Voke actually add into the roster, and I think it's possibly the IGL for Team Malaysia right now, there has been a change of pace for their playstyle, especially in the early stage. They have been more daring to go for the rushes and flushes of compounds.
Yeah, definitely so. But overall, I do think that there's a couple of instances where they have made some really good calls that weren't all about just team fighting prowess overall. We saw like survivability is there for the side of Team Malaysia when push comes to shove. Even when they're down to only one member, they've been able to squeeze into the top 4, which was really important for them to rack in those survivable points by the end of the evening. If that wasn't the case, then the chances are Malaysia might not even make it to the list if they didn't do so. So I'm still hoping to see improvements, because they were very close to that borderline. They were at number 5, so they gotta really show us a little bit more. Same can be said about Team Indonesia, where you have a lot of superstars out there, but is it a case where too many cooks spoils the broth? I don't think so. It's just that they cannot really find that activation point. And speaking of activation point, there's one team that does not need it. Team Pakistan, they're always ever ready for every single challenge, and I hope today's remaining pretty much the same for them. And also Team Thailand, another hopeful coming to the tournament.
Now, if you want to compare head-to-head so far between Team Thailand and Team Pakistan, of course, it's going to be more to its side of Pakistan's team performance is slightly elevated compared to Team Thailand for now. We haven't seen these two groups fight against each other yet, but when it comes to recapping what Pakistan actually has to offer yesterday, they are very consistent at getting themselves in the top 4. I would say even top 3, except for the 30 Wrangle map yesterday. They were nowhere near the top 4, but they still managed to secure themselves plenty of elimination in every single map. Now, they are the only team for Team Pakistan yesterday, the only teams in the top 3 of their own respective group without a chicken but maintain in the top 3. That's a huge statement. It means the eliminations is their primary objective for the entirety of this tournament. They don't really see chicken dinner as something to be main focus in this event. You know what? That chicken might just be another bonus for the add up numbers.
Yeah, and can you only imagine if they start scoring some chicken dinners, then it might just be like what we saw coming in from Group A, where the members of Team Vietnam has been able to go back to back to back. Well, even without it, they've always ended up in what? Top 3, top 2. And there were instances that they walked out of the game with more than 10 elimination points, so that itself is already a chicken dinner by its own. Of course, now on our screens, Team Vietnam getting themselves ready as well, as they have so far shown us that they have remained to be the most consistent in bagging chicken dinners. And at the very same time, on the rounds that they were to drop out early, there was only that one round. They still had at least 4 takedowns before they end out that round. So on an average score at the moment, Team Vietnam has about 13-point ratio per round. If you think you just add some of the numbers together, it's just absolutely scary.
Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan. There's going to be the top teams coming up from Group B, whilst on Group A, my eyes set to it. But we do have 8 slots, so still good news for the teams, which means out of 12, unfortunately, 4 will be relegated. I hope. It's so difficult to call out for this tournament. Everybody's so good at this point. You know, you love all the players, because they have been with us for such a long time. But we can't pick and choose at this point. Everybody feels like they're deserving to have that slot, but unfortunately, 4 will be relegated by the end of the day.
Yeah, and of course, without further ado, we've done just about enough waiting as we hop right into the first game of the finals here in the Asian Games Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Here we go.
And now we officially start our first game of the finals, the 2026 Asian Games Qualifier for the PUBG Mobile version. When it comes to the first map, Fly Pop, don't let it fool you because it looks very beautiful, evenly divided a map into 2 sides. Whether you want to go to the west side or the east side, it's within the reach of any teams to drop wherever they fancy. But the issue is always going to be the circle. We had too much Yasnaya Polyana circle today. I wish we have no Yasnaya circle at all for today, please. We haven't got ourselves SMP yet, so I'm looking forward for that circle just to see the caliber of our players to be adapting that unusual, very south direction.
But if you think about it, Choo Choo, Group A has not seen a single Yasnaya circle, so it's only fair if it does add to spaces. And what's interesting to note is that Myanmar, Jordan, they're going to be moving into the Middle base overall, and we're also keeping our eyes close onto Team Indonesia, floating side by side towards Pakistan. So I'm not too certain whether if it's going to be a contest by the corner of their pier. And this is already a beautiful sight, a little bit of a split between that range as well as Zarki. There's also chances for it to end up in Rozak or even Jorgopol. So it will be quite the journey for Jordan as well as Myanmar to quickly loot up and also get those vehicles to drive all the way up north.
But major news, good news for the side of Team Malaysia. They are the only team coming up from the northern side, which going to be the slightly north island that divided all the maps into 3 different types of islands, right? So Team Malaysia, they definitely have the upper hand here when it comes to taking the control of the northern side without being touched by any teams in the first few stages. Since I think there will be some time, a couple of teams might start rotating there quite early, because we do know when it comes to moving into direction of the north, everybody will try to avoid to cut across probably Rozhok as much as possible. They don't want to stay there too long. There might be a high chance everybody concentrated around there somewhere around stage 3 or 4 later on. But with this sort of circle, do you think it's going to be ended up on Jogopol? Because we had this circle in day number 1 and then it just pulled back down towards the outskirts of Rozhok, slightly down south of it. But there's a chance that we might get another northern circle. And you talked about also Indonesian and Team Pakistan that they dropped themselves next to each other? I think it was, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was around the fair pier.
Now, the problem with the first map, it's always going to be the same case. Even though, yes, we've seen both groups play 2 days, but they were in different groups. So there's high chance they might share some neighborhood quite early on here. So it's super important for the teams to really give away as much power they can actually give when it comes to mark their territory as a first map. If not, they have to sacrifice the initial drop spot for the entire day, and that's going to be a nightmare for the teams to just hold on for the entirety to get into the slot today.
True enough. Overall, there's just a lot of consideration, but at least they could treat this as a clean slate. A new group is always a good showing of confidence for them to really hop back on track. And even despite what we have mentioned about certain teams dropping side by side, it does seem like there is no casualties whatsoever in the span of the early game. Just goes to show that every team, they really want a very great control surrounding when it comes down to phase 1. But come stage 3 onwards, you did mention about, areas that could be a good focal point. Surely Rozak could still be very playable, but I would think that a lot of teams will be pretty interested to take areas like Ruins. You've mentioned Jorgopol, which is going to be somewhere that is going to be interesting as well, where the big question is, does it end up on the north side? Does it end up over the south? So very likely teams, if they do control around those edges of the bridges, then that will be great for them to maybe look for opportunities.
Speaking of opportunities, I think everybody's just playing very careful. Not any teams starting any initiation just yet. And it's good news as a start. Even though we saw Pakistan and Team Indonesia dropping themselves quite next to each other, but apparently they have this respective territory that they don't cross that line so far. I think everybody knows what is at stake here, as well as not giving any information too early on. Like I mentioned, it's super important for them not to lose their main compound or initial drop spot, because it will affect the entirety of their Erangel run here today, which you will have majority of the map. So for even Team Saudi Arabia seems toned down as a start, taking a bit much longer time for the looting phase.
True enough. And also, I want to bring to light into the average ratio in a 6-match format. Like, how many points do you think is enough to qualify into, say, top 6, right? Top 6 will be around 45 points. I would say that is pretty much the guarantee line. But when we talk about moving into the top 8, it really depends on how competitive the lobby is, right? And in this case, very, very competitive. That will mean that for teams to move into the top 8, they need to secure themselves at least by a certain margin of 35 points. To say the very least. So if we were to look back into the track record into both Group A as well as Group B, the ones at the borderline, which we saw, Team Jordan, there was also Team Brunei, they definitely need to step up their game. I do know that it's been quite the long night for some of the players who played back in Group B. I hope it wouldn't be too much of a hindrance, where they've gotten just about enough rest for them to carry on their journey. And speaking of taking a journey here, Uzbekistan got themselves a really good spot in shooting range. I mean, over onto the crash site.
But it's not going to be an easy place to defend. Once stage 2 hits, a lot of teams start to rotate towards the northern side. And last we've seen Team Malaysia was the only one in the northern area at first, but I'm not sure where they're at right now. But I love the fact that you pointed out how many points will be the benchmark for them to feel like this is a pretty much safe benchmark of points for them to advance in the next one. But based on these 2 days, but wait a second, it's going to be Mormon spotting out Team Saudi Arabia. We do know they're always actively rotating, especially Prestige, which know exactly where to find information. I assume these two are going to be the scouters for the team for now. Mormon, will he commit to it? I don't think so. Okay, for the top 4, I think when it comes to the top 4 teams, there will be slightly a stretch between the bottom 4 where we do have the top 8. So there's going to be a top 4 probably in those high frag eliminations will ended up in the 80s or 70s minimum. Well, starting from 5th to 8th place, I think that's going to be a huge gap, probably around 20-ish kind of gap. So possibly they might end up around the 40s and the 30s that you mentioned just now.
That could very well be probable. But can you imagine if you have a very well-balanced lobby where everyone matches pretty much each other, where you have teams taking down Team A goes on to take Team B, and Team C comes in the way as well. So how does this calculate where you see only small little margins to separate the teams, and you will still be looking at that kind of benchmark where by the time we go into game number 6, it really goes down to who is gonna come up slightly ahead when it comes down to ranking points. Every elimination that they can secure is going to be vital. Now we get ourselves a little bit more of the confirmation that it will indeed be around the north point, covering the corners of the Jetties as well as Rozak. And more often than not, teams love to book themselves around that corner of the crash site. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they are already guarding some of all these bridges. Meanwhile, Vietnam opting to also do the same by the edge of Rozak.
Now, speaking of Rozak, there's 2 bridges around there, just on the northern side of the ruins. We do know there's going to be a choke point around the bridge area where Team Saudi and Team Brunei actually got themselves quite a good position to farm those eliminations if they want to, if they bold enough to do so. Because so far we do know that Team Saudi, I wouldn't question when it comes to their initiation of fight, because they usually will start to challenge teams. But for Team Brunei, they're a bit more conservative, so I'm not sure whether they will actually execute that well. But back to his team sounded like I mentioned before. It's going to be Team Indonesia that will engage, and first contact made a bit of a trade. But Zilhawk, I think this is going to be Rosemary for Jeremy. Zilhawk is going to be not Joker. Pratama, Yummy. Who's Zilhawk again? Is it Potato?
Yeah, I believe so. I had a list with me, but of course I'll get to you on that.
Yeah, Shaman is Potato. So Potato is not playing for their first round here today.
Huh, that's really interesting on how they actually made some of these decisions. But of course, they will be trusting their coach on what some of all these decisions are overall. So look at the current point of time. Losing one member this early on definitely isn't all too much of a good news for Indonesia, which I think it was very similar. I believe FaZe have pointed out that a lot of times they have one member getting taken out, and this time Nepal as well as Malaysia in close proximity. Doesn't seem like they're up for a challenge just yet. And just to confirm with you, Zilhawk is actually Snape of Alter Ego.
He didn't play at all for their first day of their qualifiers and group stage though, so I don't know how he will try to adapt himself in this, but he's actually a good addition when it comes to rotating the players, since they do have a different lobby entirely with the merge of Group A and Group B playing together in this final. So it's actually a good start for them to have somebody else to give a different view and perspective towards this tournament, because they weren't doing so great when it comes to Indonesian team in their first day.
Yeah, I certainly do agree. And if we think about this roster coming from Indonesia, Potato at one point, I believe he also spent some time in Alter Ego. So it's kind of like 3 members from Alter Ego, and you have one member coming in. Voin Yummy is one of the best players for the past couple of years hailing from Indonesia. So I'm liking what I'm seeing coming in from roster, but they got to really start work in tandem in order to bring some magic into the squad. Now, Zone moving deeper into the center. I believe that majority of the teams have been able to get a really good read, but Team Jordan, Team Indonesia, Thailand, as well as Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they need to squeeze into the zone, and this is where things get a little bit dicey. A couple of trades happen over up by the edge of the map. I believe it was Team Hong Kong China being scouted out from the side of Miracle, and the Jordanians are trying to open some room, but this is gonna be quite a tough predicament for them to even read where exactly is safe for them to cut through.
I mean, well, there's so many choke points here. They have to go through so many choke points. We're talking about the bridge on the left side, just on the northern side of Ruins before, and it's still being held by Brunei teams. But Leith, they just cut across Team Thailand, and we do know Moment was scouting for points just now. And surprisingly, there's no exchange of, fire between these two teams so far. They both know the fact that the Blues is start approaching, and it's reaching to a stage number 3, which is slightly painful right now. They do know they're quite far. So if they're late into the circle, which we talked about, it's slightly, you have, whoever comes from the southern side have to pass that river area, which plenty of teams from the inner side of the circle waiting around the edges already by now. So you talked about how they want to enter in. We've got to wait and see if they have enough utility, especially their smokes grenade. Then it's going to be a-okay for them. But if they don't have enough, then it's going to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, speaking of problems, sure, it is a huge problem for the Saudi Arabian side. 2 members being knocked out by the corner to open. And oh boy, we've seen some really good start, but this is where it is going to be a little bit tough for them to find recovery. The Jordanians, they immediately go back on their vehicles as they do know the Blue Zone is going to be closing right in. And they're not going to allow Amori to trade right back. Ragnarok secures it, and that is going to be more points now in the tally. Meanwhile, they will further commit with a big grenade, clipping over Marv, and he's barely surviving. The Blue Zone will knock him down.
It was still open fire just now, but it was a remarkable trajectory coming out from a Leith toss of his utilities. Back to us out of Jordan with no trade at all. I mean, that was a clean round out with 3 eliminations towards Team Saudi Arabia, unfortunately. But at least they didn't go empty-handed for Team Saudi Arabia. They got themselves 2 eliminations of that. But the circle is going to be shrinking even more. Team Malaysia definitely going to be in the next one. But it's whether the team on the south will be favored more than the north. Right now, there's plenty of team already got themselves repositioned towards the northern side. If the circle shift downwards, it's a bit of a problem. But when it comes to the east of the circle, oh boy, they have to go through Team Nepal for HKG or Hong Kong, China, and Team Myanmar, as well as Team Thailand. That's too much population on the right side of the circle right now.
Yeah, it's going to be an eruption of battles, and this is definitely something that all the spectators absolutely would love to see. Vietnam versus Malaysia versus Nepal, Myanmar, as well as Thailand. They're all clumped up over on towards that east side. Meanwhile, west side, take a look at that. Jordan, Uzbekistan. On the south, we still have a very late entry coming from Pakistan. They might be looking to slowly sneak in. More often than not, they won't be getting all too many of all these instances of tax involved for the time being. I'm pretty surprised that, we start off the round today having a lot of teams being on the conservative, feeling a little shy. Maybe it was, that kind of warm-up round that they are still really reading the room, but it's all about not making mistakes. No team wants to bow early. Unfortunately, of course, we saw the forced maneuver coming from the side of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That kind of got them taken down in the very early game. But at least they walk away with 2 points.
True. At least they have those points to start off the next wrangled map. But I wouldn't say too shy when it comes to the first map here. I think it's just them knowing the fact that the teams are very close. Despite it's only not the normal 16 teams that we actually have in the usual Pro League. But we do know this guy's rotating very fast during the stage number 1. We're talking about only 30 seconds of leading phase and the start to try to hunt people down. Back towards Team Brunei, Shako actually spotted out another Team Pakistan across the other side. They just entered into the circle from the southwest of the northern side of the ruins and just crossed over the other side of the river. But we talked about Team Myanmar versus Team Thailand. Now, Team Myanmar has been dominating yesterday as well, and Team Thailand did not show as much as we hoped for. Is this going to be the day for us to finally see, since Tony K is not playing, will things change for Team Thai in the finals?
Well, we do actually see him getting subbed in somewhere towards the middle round. So maybe Thailand's going to opt to do the same. Substitutions definitely do have a significant impact. And I believe back when he was playing in Miramar, he started to show a little bit more strength. And Team Jordan, once again, hitting the mark. I believe he has been able to tack onto 1 player coming in from the side of Brunei. And that's a total of 4 points, where one of the members of Saudi Arabia eventually was taken out by the blue zone, so that does not count at all. Hughes does actually get Huzaifa, and this is where the eruption begins. Zeus, he's pushing upwards, but he sees that hovercraft, and he basically double back. Tops, though, he gets Huzaifa. That is a point confirmed.
This is what I'm looking forward for. The top teams for each respective groups before. The top teams of Group A versus the top teams of Group B now in contention to see who's the bigger flex when it comes to this lobby in the finals. But when it comes to the trade, seems like Team Pakistan now picking a fight against Team Malaysia as well. Things seem to be a bit chaotic on the right side of circuit as we shrink down to the south. Team Vietnam still got the circle alongside with Team Jordan, but back towards Team Pakistan. Falak in trouble. Left, right. There seems to be bullets flying over his ears as well. IQ hoping they will try to do some redemption when it comes to 2 members of the side. Loss is heavy casualty on Team Pakistan right now versus Team Malaysia in the same compound. But we have other teams joining as well. Unfortunately, Team Thailand couldn't make it through yet for their first map here. But Falak, he's being surrounded. There's no way out for Team Pakistan here.
Well, they really want to commit to this battle, though. It really feels like it is also pressure on the side of Pakistan. Take a look at the outskirts. We have Myanmar as well as Vietnam driving side by side. They want to also chime in, but there's just a big scramble going on. They have yet to really crack the code just yet. 3 members still remaining for the side of Team Malaysia, but it's just too many smokes all around the field side that does negate them from going for that kind of push. Falak holding on to that nade though. Pratama, meanwhile, gets a tackle onto a couple members of Brunei. And Shaco, he gets it back. It's going to be one over onto Jeremy. Meanwhile, Nepal versus Hong Kong, China. And they are going to be able to take out the entirety of Indonesia. And they only walk away 1 point.
There's too many teams across where Team Indonesia was fighting just now. We can see even Team Nepal was part of those fights as well. But back to where Team Vietnam, Gordon seems to be focused by too many teams at the same time. There's Team Uzbekistan, Team Vietnam were trying to shut them down for very different angles, by the way. They're being sandwiched by these guys. Now Clever's on the ground, but Team Vietnam win again. He's always getting himself the MVP. Will he score another here today? And Team Nepal have to face the wrath of Team Hong Kong, China here today. We finally get to see a glimpse of them when it comes to those fights. But Team Brunei, are they shutting down the Team Vietnam? It feels like we have all the teams clustered up and mushed together here right now.
Yeah, it's going to be Vietnam there looking to close right in. Shaco all by himself right now. Needs to dodge a big one. Win does actually take a chunk out of Shaco though. Shouldn't be all too difficult of a task. I mean, we're seeing the masterclass performance coming from Vietnam back in Group A. And now backs against the wall for Shaco. Blue zone and closing. And there we go. Hughes getting tagged up, but he will still get the job done. So that's the third point for Vietnam. And they still have 3 of their members still pretty much intact. Take a look at that leaderboard, Choo-Choo. This is what we call an evenly matched lobby.
It's a very different version of Team Jordan compared to yesterday. I'm loving this. Team Jordan taking the lead. Despite of that, they still have 1 player left. Same goes for Team Nepal and 5 eliminations there. But Team Vietnam, even though they've been crushed by a lot of teams left, right and center, but they still managed to hold the position with 3 players remaining. Let's go. Between Team Malaysia and Team Pakistan seem to be at a draw right now. It seems to be having a bit of a stalemate time. Tension building up. They are waiting for Team Hong Kong, China to be in their view to start the fight. Since they're sharing a very similar compound between Malaysia and Team Pakistan right now, I don't think they want to fight yet and just wait things out around the corner. But for Team Hong Kong, China, though, the moment they try to go over that hill, it's going to be a bit of a problem. But Jordan, the moment we mentioned, Leif as the last member, unfortunately, have to bow out at 8th place.
Yeah, he was trying to reposition. He just basically got no other corners to cross. This entire sector is going to be so difficult to play out, which is why you saw Malaysia and Pakistan. They're happy to call for a truce right now because this is the only defensive hold that is left available in the map. And other than that, it was all about terrains. If you can conquer a high ground terrain, that is going to be really potent moving into late game, which is what Team Myanmar is hoping to do going up against those who are indoors. So Mernet is just going to be keeping watch for now. Over the south side, we saw Team Vietnam, and on the far west, Uzbekistan, they're going to have some really good 30% of the control over onto the Western Plains.
For Team Myanmar, though, it's pretty usual for them to be very quiet in the first 6 stages and start to engage after, you know, only down with 6 or 5 teams. They definitely want to be part of the fight here without any elimination. They are the only teams without elimination right now. But back to us, Falak, they managed to break the tension between Team Malaysia and Pakistan. As Kim being knocked down, they're trying to find an opening. Falak and IQ have to work as a duo. While Team Myanmar is watching from afar, they try to steal the points, but if Tottenham managed to avoid those explosion. Here comes Falak dropping another one. Will Kim somehow connect once more? This is quite difficult for Falak to do anything about. This is their lacking of manpower. Seems to be the biggest issue right now for Team Pakistan.
Definitely the case, especially with Myanmar watching from the sidelines as well. So they cannot afford to blindly push towards Team Malaysia, even if they do get the grenade knock. But looking at the current circumstance, they could just basically stay put, watch out for their resources, and only get themselves ready when some of these teams are looking to push towards. Because you take a look at that, Team Hong Kong, China, they're already swarming over in North Point. Team Myanmar, they're just waiting for the right perfect moment. And there we go, looking to pop the tires. It does seem like Romeo almost got it in return, but Pops, he was just quick enough to swerve the other direction, and it is still going to be safe for Vietnam to hold out.
It's just slightly a bit delayed for that tracking on the side of Romeo just now. He was waiting to shoot him from behind, but top. Team Vietnam definitely knows regarding the position here, and they just gave away exactly where they're standing for Team Myanmar as well. Will they take up the challenge? I think they will. This is going to be a very interesting fight between Team Myanmar and Team Vietnam right now as they exchange nades between these two teams. Nobody seems to be connected yet, and this is the nade, almost a double down, but Romeo had themselves an opening. This is going to be a go time for Team Myanmar and the blue approach on the side of Team Vietnam. They are in shambles, not so healthy as a trio right now, down to only 2 players are still standing. Mane and the rest of Team Myanmar keep giving them the pressure, but Uzbekistan coming up from behind. Oh, they've been sandwiched hard for Team Vietnam here.
Yeah, there's just no other choice but to subscribe to a battle of their own. Who they actually take on first, because they have no sight onto the side of Myanmar. Meanwhile, Uzbekistan have arrived at the scene. Masters already now gets a knock over fallout. That does not matter all too much right now because all eyes on Vietnam. How well can they defend?
Back towards the side of Mane. That one miracle rock can actually withstand him so long. But for Mane, his AUG, there has to be slightly preserving when it comes to the ammunition. Back to it, Master Small. They do have those elevation, but unfortunately the circle shifted away from these teams. And Team Uzbekistan, they thought they want to be the third party. Unfortunately, they got caught in the process of crossfire as well. And say, Clown, there was a very crispy and very clean elimination across the other side of a hill. And, you know, even the play zone seems to be favoring Team Myanmar here right now, helping them to get those eliminations across the board. Unfortunately, Team Vietnam, this lobby seems to be slightly more challenging than the previous one.
It definitely is. You can see there's so much of a compact space for them to even try to wiggle out of. You still have 5 more teams here at stage 7, and it's drawing to a closure here. IQ, sole member remaining for the side of Pakistan, finding the target onto Say Cloud, and he does get the knock, and he's just absolutely isolated. The rest of Myanmar is not going to be able to give him the backup that he needs, but now they spot him out, and now the trade happens in between. IQ still finds it, double knock. Can he find the rest of Team Myanmar? Make it 3, and that final rampage did save the day for Myanmar to hold on. Here comes Team Malaysia to shut the doors onto the Burmese side.
What a party just now. Oh my god, from one to the other. That was huge, almost clutching and tied in. Huge damage on Team Myanmar just by IQ coming up from Team Pakistan. But speaking of timing, Team Malaysia has it well done there. Perfectly well timed for the rotation and taking advantage. We're down to only 3 teams right now. Top 3 teams. As the one that being scored the most is still going to be Team Uzbekistan. But what a name by Hard Boy. Definitely a Kobe on that one. Here comes another just to deal with the finishing touch on the side of Team Uzbekistan. There's no stopping them right now. They are rolling it pretty hard for Team Uzbekistan.
And you can also see by the other corner, Team Hong Kong, they've been so elusive. They've been able to mark onto 3 players. And now, vies for a spot. 3 versus 3. An even battle. And it seems like it won't be even anymore. And somehow the trades does happen. Mankey, now the only one remaining. The rest of Uzbekistan is looking to secure it. Of course, the Arc Red boys, will they paint the town red right now to get the first chicken dinner here in the finals? And yes, they will.
What a turn of events. When it comes to the finals, it's just a different ball game. And Uzbekistan actually scored himself the first chicken for the finals here in the Asian Games Qualifier 2026 PUBG Mobile version. But when he talked about we actually go deep into the place, that was just so hard to predict about who's going to survive due to the third party all over the place on top of that very small hill.
Yeah, it really feels like suddenly the game becomes a king of the hill match. Everyone's trying to topple each other, where we saw that pretty tough sandwich situation where Vietnam was being cornered up by both Uzbek as well as Team Myanmar. And then suddenly you saw Pakistan almost 1v forward. And thankfully, there was that saving grace coming from the final member of Myanmar. But boy, oh boy, it's just too close for comfort, Choo-Choo, on what went on.
I mean, I agree with you. Now, despite we do know Uzbekistan did score their, was it the first chicken? Yesterday they did score themselves a chicken as well, if I'm not mistaken. Let me recheck that.
Yes,
yeah,
they
they
did.
did score themselves a first chicken yesterday, but when it comes to the entirety of the finals only, that's going to be the one that opens the curtains for our final here, Uzbekistan. But you have to give the spotlight to IQ. That was a huge, almost clutch. If he scores one more point out of that, that's going to be a whole wipe of Team Myanmar by himself. I'm not surprised if he can actually fight Team Malaysia, who just came in the last minute just now, if he actually survived for IQ.
Yeah, of course. There was just so much of a commotion out there, and you saw everyone's reserving for that last hurdle. Everyone was all hands on deck. By stage 7, we still had 5 to 6, 7 teams who were still lurking around. Team Hong Kong China, I gotta give it to them though. They have stayed out of harm's way for most part, and I thought they have maybe a little bit more up in the tank in order to deal with Team Uzbekistan. But you saw they were so proactive. The way that they tried to take on to teams like Vietnam just goes to show that they're not gonna sit around and wait. They basically took matter to their own hands.
Now, they weren't under our spotlight yesterday, Team Uzbekistan. I feel like they have been saving this just for today games, of course. But when it comes to our top contenders, I guess we have more names to mention now. By end of today, I mean, probably have all the 12 teams go towards the main event. At this point, everybody's playing so great and a very high quality matchup as well. But when it comes to the teams outside of the blue circle, it seems like Team Hong Kong China do prefer a bit of a later rotation compared to Uzbekistan, who has been playing a lot more towards the center and also around the edge of the circle compared to Team Hong Kong China that knows the fact that there's too much people in the center of circle. They prefer to play the outside. But we don't have anybody with the double-digit elimination, but it's still a huge start here with 9 eliminations on Uzbekistan's side. But let me check for Team Pakistan. Unfortunately, IQ got that 3 knocked down, but he didn't manage to secure all those and translate to an elimination point.
Yeah, it could have actually been a conversion into 9 to 10 points in particular, but hey, it is what it is overall. But it just goes to show that it is a very, very tight competition. We have ties on 9 points. We have ties on to 7 points at the moment. Arguably, of course, for some that may have bowed early in the form of Thailand, Indonesia, Brunei, as well as Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, there's still opportunities to catch up because it's only Uzbekistan right now with the double digits. And of course, they have that 10-pointer advantage even towards those who are sitting at second as well as third. So still 5 more rounds to go, and Uzbekistan, I think this chicken dinner almost solidifies their stance right now. If the game continues this way with Uzbekistan maybe scoring maybe another 20 points, they should be good to go.
Now, we do know they were slightly a bit of late bloomer when it comes to building up their momentum, but fortunately today they're starting it quite strong, quite early. I think they carry out the momentum since yesterday to the start of today. But we do know when it comes to the other teams, even Team Hong Kong China, I'm loving this. They are literally stepping up their games, including Jordan as well, because if you compare with how Team Jordan played their first day, you don't see that eliminations as much as they did today, because we barely get to see them in the top 4 last time, but they did manage to maintain sort of a balance it out between their eliminations and their position points too. So that's how they managed to squeeze into the top 6 for their day 1. But when it comes to today, they definitely show a different side of their play style, a bit more aggressive, slightly more proactive stage 4 onward. But you know what, we still have plenty of more wrangles to go, and talking about more actions of PUBG Mobile, we're gonna head the break for a bit. Don't go anywhere. See you guys just in a couple of minutes.
It is Team Uzbekistan that takes the lead here in the very first matchup in the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Choo-choo. I think some viewers might be in awe of what went on because they have definitely been, that dark horse throughout the groups, but this time they are now the shining stars for a very good reason.
I mean, I wouldn't want to call them dark horse because I do know when it comes to where they compete themselves prior to this tournament. I mean, they have been competing against big teams like IHC back in the days, even Cornina Power. Now they are in our grade. They were in the same lobby as the Mongolian teams as well back in the day. So they are prepared for the worst case scenario and the best case scenario. You can see how flexible they are, and I like the fact they have been hiding their fangs or their best card to play here before into the finals. It's such a different version of them, and they just played enough for the group stage to be in the final. I feel like we can see them even pushing. There's no limit to this team's progress, right? Because imagine if they're still holding themselves back, what happened in the main event later if you really let the beast of these players unleash freely?
Yeah, I think we already see a glimpse of it. I mean, yesterday they had a win in Miramar. Today they have a win here in Wrangell. I think overall they're getting more and more comfortable. That is really important, especially when you have some high stakes matchup where I was basically chatting with you about, a lot of teams, they were conserving their strength to have that burst of energy heading into that late game, and it suddenly became a huge tide turner of an ordeal where, like we've mentioned before, with so many of that crowd, more of these teams they will tend to suddenly have third party, even maybe the fourth one will join in as well. So it is just utter chaos that we got to witness, but of course in that chaos was stuff of beauty as well, and close ace for IQ. That was almost it for Pakistan.
I mean, if he managed to wrap that around, that's going to be the biggest highlight of the entirety of the tournament, perhaps, because we haven't seen a player that can successfully clutch the entirety of a team by himself. If that happens, that's going to be the biggest clutch and biggest highlight in the Asian Games qualifier. Now, we haven't talked too much about Thai teams. The one thing that I noticed about Team Thai, especially Mormon in this case, if he's the last man standing for the side of Team Thailand and he's being pressured, the more he's being pressured, the better he plays. That's a unique trait just for Mormon. But for the others, we haven't seen too much of their play yet. And coming up from Team Thailand, it feels like they've been really damped down in this tournament right now.
I would definitely say that they have some stroke of bad luck from time to time. Even back in Group A, remember the very first game that they got hot dropped and then they didn't really get points? Things like that has happened. And back in Game 1, I felt like they were being a little bit too hasty on that rotation, which got them pretty much punished. So they can definitely improve from there. When we saw them bounce back up, then that's the very reason why Thailand is still a team that nobody can count out, because they can't always come in with those big swing of a round, just like how Uzbek did. I wouldn't say this is sudden. This has been a build-up. Uzbekistan, they don't really show off that, hey, we got some high firepower. They do have it. It's just that they're not flashy about it. And when they do show you saw how quickly they took out Hong Kong, China, and it doesn't seem like it was a fair fight.
The thing about Team Uzbekistan in this tournament here right now, we can see they're not really sticking themselves as a four. They don't really move as a unit, as a four, but they know exactly what they have to deliver for each of the players. If you know, I think it was Ramses the first time we actually see him going against so many teams just by himself. It was a bit daring for him to actually do that, slightly reckless, but they know exactly the line not to cross, not to over jeopardize your own position, and to make sure that your survivability is still going to be your main priority despite you playing as individuals to be, sustained as long as you can in the early stage. But talking about Team Brunei, this is also a step up for Team Brunei side compared to how they played previously. They definitely did not wait too long. Like yesterday, they waited such a long time until the very last circle to finally take some action.
Yeah, but I would say right now, a lot of teams are also playing similarly in the form play style back in game one, which is where, it goes down to sheer trading power as well, which Brunei, I think like they kind of do have certain things that gives them an edge, and that edge could very well be having Wrong involved, because now he gets subbed right in. Rift's going to take a little bit of a break, which I think that this has been the right move coming in from Group B's stands, which see them qualify through. So they needed a little bit more of that strength in duels, which it matters a whole lot. If you were to drop 1-2 points right now in the point of time, this leaderboard is just a matter of small little details, and he might just be the difference maker.
I'm going to disagree with that. I do prefer Wraith in the lineup. No offense. I mean, not taking the credit away from Wrong. Their rotation yesterday has been okay as well, but when it comes to Wraith, it feels like the same sort of scenario, just like Team Malaysia, when they let Voki step out. Feels slightly toned down with their proactiveness in the game compared to when Vogue is in. The same goes for Rift. I think that's one of the many reasons why we get to see Team Brunei today as the first match do seem a bit more comfortable compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I guess we could have, of course, certain differences of opinion from time to time as well. I believe yesterday, when we take a look at Wrong's stats as well, he did actually have quite some significant takedowns by his own as well. So I really think that he is still a very valuable player to be left out in the substitution slot. It's sad to say, there's only going to be that 4th spot for a team. Who knows, maybe in the future, 5-man PUBG Mobile in a squad? That would be pretty interesting. Right? But it's also chaotic. It's also very chaotic, because if you add one player in the squad, that means everybody adds a player in the squad. Then suddenly, what are we getting, like 100-player lobby?
Yep. It's already a 100-player lobby as a start. 35 teams being maximum in the whole lobby. But if you add in another one, then there's going to be major update of patch into the future. But just now we have a glimpse on the twins of Team Vietnam, Bose and Zeus, and now we're changing to Snape is still going to play the next in Wrangle map, so I guess Potato will be reserved for probably Mirama. And so far I think they need the change for Team Indonesia, because yesterday, they used to be old teammates when it comes to Potato and Rosemary, but they haven't been playing for such a long time, so I guess they have very different mindset now, so they need to sort of a jump start once more for their chemistry.
Yeah, I definitely do think that there is a certain level of synergy, because they were ex-teammates in that sense. Or should we just call it familiarity right at this point in time? Because right now, we don't really see Team Indonesia fully harness what their true potential is. Find a real good spot, start farming out, because it really feels like they have very different ideas now being implemented into what's being displayed, and they haven't really gotten into that late game for them to really show us how well they could basically fend off certain territories that's being occupied, or maybe for them to actually win a clean duel so far here in the finals. Definitely a lot of thinking to do, not only for Team Indonesia, but also for many other squads out there. So overall, I think I'm still pretty satisfied with the outcome. That it is still a very close competition coming in for the teams in the middle of the pack in order to secure that top 8 spot.
Now, for Team Jordan, we do know other players coming up from 4 weeks, and addition of 7C Esports, that's going to be late. But I'm looking for if they're going to let Ragnarok play any time of the day here today. Because Ragnarok coming up from GK, I personally is one of his fan, but I don't know if he's going to play here today. But we do have a lot of subs player reserved, and I'm not sure whether all the players that we didn't see the first 2 days of the group stage that they didn't play before now will be in the main roster in the final. So will they be the secret weapon for the team itself? And so far, a lot of the teams not willing to change their main roster yet because they do know they need more time to familiarize with the rotations of the other team. If they swap into a new player, now we have to readjust their dynamic once more. Maybe perhaps you're going to see that in Miramar map. But when it comes to the next wrangle, Contra, will there be any hot drops here?
Well, hot drops, maybe not, but hot potential for the teams to get those chicken dinners, plenty of a chance. So let's get it on.
And we're back into our second map of the finals in the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, PUBG Mobile, the Asian Games version. That's a mouthful, I know, but for today, surprisingly, the flight path is super nice for us today. It has been splitting the map evenly to west and eastern side once more. Just the difference is going to be the direction of the flight, and pretty much similar to the last sort of flight path that, you know, everybody can drop within their reach here wherever they want, and it's not really a hard task for them to drop even if Primors or Milta power in this state, but it's always going to be the circle, and so far it's a lot of northern circle in the Asian Games Qualifier, if you notice.
Yeah, we haven't even got a single one that ends up in this Nazca military base. That is known as one of the most difficult zones for a lot of teams to play out because there's only two entryways if you don't have a boat, where you have the western as well as eastern bridge, and whoever drops inbound the earliest, they do get some significant advantages. So who knows, maybe we might actually get one of the rounds to be played in there, which we always hope to see. And maybe even if it ends up in an urban setting, that will be another different type of challenge because we've seen a whole lot of all these open terrain. And once again, very generous. It's going to be around the central area of the map. We see Brunei as well as Uzbekistan to have a little bit of a head start here.
It's still going to be a generous circle in the center. We'll be looking at the same circle once more. High chance we might be. Usually ended up right around the
YP
outskirts. Yeah, it's always going to be the river of Rosso. Oh, please, not Yasnaya again. I mean, I wouldn't mind that bridge of Rosshok kind of circle, but not. I have enough of Yasnaya since yesterday, to be honest.
I don't mind it. If it's gonna be the same thing, then maybe it's good news for the fans who have rooted for the teams coming from Group B, because it's like, yay, they get to play the same area again, and Group A doesn't get to play that kind of area. Then does it mean that they will have a tougher time? It's a very big maybe. And take a look at the charts right now. The leaderboards is just so stacked up towards the point that number 2 as well as 3, they're tied at 9 points. And then you have Malaysia, Jordan, Nepal, 7 points. 1 point behind them is just Pakistan. So we definitely will see major shift coming by the end of this matchup.
Now, I did told you about the top 4 teams will have different margins compared to the top 8 afterwards, 5, 6, 7, 8 probably, but it depends. Halfway through, we get to see the pattern and we get to see the normal sort of average points per team in each map. And it's a bit awkward to see Team Thailand and Team Indonesia down there as well. I mean, we do know Team Thailand, they are a powerhouse, and basically all of these guys are a big powerhouse anyway, but they are a legacy team coming out all the way since they're pretty much OG players, like Mormon. If you guys remember FaZe Clan, that's just how long these guys been playing. Now FaZe Clan is no more. They are in E Arena. But to see them at the very bottom, I think even themselves, despite all the experience across the years, are in PUBG Mobile. Every single season or every single year, it's just getting even tougher for even the veteran players.
True enough. I mean, even when you have a big name like Tony K, he hasn't truly shown up as well, even when he gets himself that airtime. You've mentioned about FaZe Clan. He is one of those FaZe Clan legends. But right now, I feel like the current living legends were basically Team Pakistan, 4 tribes overall. Whoever is coming in from South Asia will tell you that They have been one of the most dominating squads for the past couple of years, always within the top 4 in some of the major tournaments in South Asia, and have never really seemed to have too much of a dip of a performance. You know, Falox have always been the face of it.
You know what? It's so difficult to say who's the... I think for this tournament and for this qualifiers only, it's best to say that who's the real GOAT here at the end of the day. Because there's too many good... We're talking about legendary players. That's just a different tier than the rest of the, you know, during the Pro League. This is the level where they're not just being challenged with having slightly different format than the usual, where we have lesser teamings here. And the Blue Zone seems to be way faster. And plus... Also, they have to mix and match with different clubs, but to unite under the same flag to represent the nation is also another challenge for them to work with different players that they used to back in their clubs.
Yeah.
So if you ask me, even though despite the team maybe can actually ended up the day with #1, if it's... I will be looking at the whole roster of the team itself. If there's no mix of different clubs in that one, then it's pretty much straightforward. I mean, they already have chemistry in there. But if the team that seems to be standing at #1 have a mixture of team from different clubs, or players from different clubs, now that's something else.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about unity, and this is maybe something that needs to be highlighted a little bit more. Sometimes it really does not matter if, you know, you have the youngest player in the league to match up against the most veteran player in the same league when you put them into a national or regional roster. More importantly, how well do they work together? That is something that they really have to sync up with, which, you know, overall, I think a few teams have gotten the formula. One of the teams that we haven't highlighted too much is Team Hong Kong China, where, you know, they aren't the flashes. They played back in the PMCL, and they have definitely shown like good signs of teamwork, and hasn't really shown too much of that huge firepower, but they have always been consistent. Speaking of which, you have pointed out that these two teams, they've been rocking up next to each other. Malaysia now challenges Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
There's going to be the players of R8, Prestige, Mamori. The R8 players, they definitely have chemistry between themselves, no problem. But their early engagement is always going to be not, you know, putting forward towards the end of the map. We always see Team Saudi Arabia taking slightly a very proactive approach in the first stage, but when it comes to getting chickens, they're nowhere to be seen as top 4. What's the real issue here?
I think like they definitely do have a mindset of going out for the hunt and sometimes getting over aggressive, and I guess this time they are definitely showing with a lot of grit here to try to flush away Malaysian players out there. And speaking of which, that grenade perfectly connects onto Frexcry.
Circle have to shrink at the same time to start fighting here for Team Malaysia. Unfortunately, it's going to be some trade-off of the players. Not a good start for them, and worst case scenario, they might slowly slip down the overalls, but when it comes to the circle, it's going to be Pachinki. Unfortunately for Team Malaysia, it's a bit of a blunder. I don't know, did they purposely, intentionally denying the points within themselves by taking out their members with that hand grenade just now? But back towards the side of the IGL, Voki reposition himself. Team Malaysia have to reunite and regroup to make sure they will have a better stance to go against Team Saudi Arabia, who got himself a better elevation compared to Team Malaysia right now.
Yeah, I definitely think that this is a really tough spot to contest, especially when Team Malaysia have conceded that entire sector. So it is rather difficult, especially when you have other teams who are slowly making advancements by the corners of ruins. So I think it will definitely be wiser for Team Malaysia to just hold back. Think about that late game. Think about that mid games where there's still more teams that you have to face up against. Meanwhile, Pakistan, they're already facing some challenges or giving challenges to the rest of the party from long range.
I know you guys, a lot of you guys have been shouting out Falak, but my personal favorite is going to be Huzaifa so far.
Oh, he's been great.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way he set things up for the team. Every single time he tried to find that opening. But back to his Team Brunei, you prefer to call... I think you prefer to call this a Motown, or was it a different side? But yeah, it's Motown, right? That you always called it. But this is the awaited, since yesterday, fight between Team Malaysia and Brunei. And they finally started to fight since yesterday. And finally we get to see the fight between these two teams now. And they try to flush out, but Sharko managed to take down on Vokies on his knees. And that's a huge one. Definitely going to be debilitating on the side of Team Malaysia with the IGLs on the ground already now. Another one.
This is just looking very, very tough. I mean, newbie so far has always hit the mark. And now they definitely know them very well because they played in the same league prior to this before. Newbies is looking for that push alongside with Chewy as they meet their brothers. As this is going to be a tough push because that Molotov has already been set out. The flames burn through. And the rest of Brunei Darussalam, they will have to hold back for the meantime.
Voki, he's definitely trying to get some redemption just now. Close enough to knock them down, but they managed to reset himself with Team Brunei. Sharko giving the pressure towards the front line, but do have another team going around the other side. I'm not sure which team is that. Watching from afar, definitely have to keep tab between these two teams right now. But Sharko is trying to go up, and Chewy, another big nade. It's always going to be Cam twice in a row right now. I swear Cam right now is not having himself in a good spot, but unfortunately he will not be revived this time as newbie finish off Kim. That's going to translate into the 1 point. But on the side of Team Malaysia, they are having a heavy toll of casualty here, down to only 2 players versus 4 of Team Brunei. They're still having a full squad.
Oh, there's also some stray attacks coming in from another direction as well. Take a look at the mini-map over onto that number 3. It's a long-range scope, and that grenade actually lands over on the side of Riff. So it buys a little bit of space as well as time for Malaysia to maybe create a space of their own to retreat or maybe double down.
We thought Wrong's going to be playing this one. I guess Riff is still going to be in the lineup. And for the side of Team Thailand, they spotted out Team Myanmar right now. Quite a far, or maybe the scouter they got caught off guard in the process of rotation.
Vietnam's joining in.
There's another team nearby, so it's just not Vietnam. There's 4 teams in total around here. But for Team Vietnam, they're watching from far. But for Sharko, he's cooking up another nade. He might toss perfectly on top of Voki if they're not being careful. Iftar has been cornered to one single spot here with that Molotov. But what can Voki do at this point?
They just really have to hold back. It's actually good news for Team Malaysia with more involvement coming in from both Saudi Arabia as well as Vietnam. I mean, all along, Malaysia has spotted out the initial traits coming in from the side of Saudi Arabia, which is where they kind of lost one member initially. And then, of course, Brunei tags in. And suddenly it becomes a party in the boatyard. So this Watertown, I don't know, might just have a little bit more of a huge swing coming in from the rest of the party, though. Meanwhile, it's going to be Voki now, opening a little bit of a tax, but it is going to be Chewy wrapping things around. Only down to Iftar right now to salvage the situation. And it doesn't seem like he's got much time or even space to do so.
Well, Team Vietnam tried to be the housekeeping team. Yep, they've managed to take down now. Brunei's in trouble as well. They are in the same boat as Team Malaysia. This team's coming in as a third party. And unfortunately, I mentioned about their 4th team. It seems to be Team Saudi Arabia watching from afar, taking and stealing those points from the hands of Team Brunei. Unfortunately, all the effort went down in the drain after such a long fight between these two teams. Just be stolen by another different party entirely from the sidelines. Back towards the side of Team Malaysia. Iftar 1v3. They couldn't hold the line. But back to a side, Team Brunei is not out of the woods yet. Team Vietnam still watching them closely behind. But Team Saudi Arabia, the only reason why they're not butting into this business is because now they're quite busy with Team Indonesia who just arrived.
Yeah, it is just clashes upon clashes. Meanwhile, take a look at what's happening around Pochinki. There is a couple of teams who are going to be surrounding the urban estate. Meanwhile, Bowes, beautiful lob. That toss was absolutely golden. But can he actually finish off newbies? Does seem like it needs a little bit more work. Shaco now holding down the line, but a couple of all these stray tags are coming in from Saudi Arabia yet again. So this has been the gridlock. Brunei, they have definitely muscled it out with those 4 points now being gained, or should I just say 2 for the current point in time. It is still rather difficult. I mean, they don't really have those visuals up against the rest of Vietnam, which is where they are forced to just hold on for a little longer, and that is the zone shifting onto the outskirts. So it will still be decontinuation between these parties involved.
I'm looking at the northern side fight once more. Team Brunei, they might get surrounded by Team Vietnam. Tops, on the other hand, coming up from Vietnam side, he's scouting for the rest of the team, while the other three is quite busy themselves with Team Brunei, while Marth is doing scouting work on that side as well. They're waiting for time just to intercept between these two teams to steal away their points from afar as a third party. But for Team Brunei, unfortunately, they are stuck in that compound for a bit more longer. While we do have a new team arriving, that's going to be Team Nepal. This is going to be the teams coming up from the abandoned school area towards this side of the circle. But Team Nepal repositioning themselves to engage against our previous chicken dinner team, Uzbekistan.
Yeah, so far, Team Uzbekistan, all they really have to do is just to consistently add 5 points to make things really difficult for the rest of the party. Meanwhile, SafeCloud has got an IQ. It really feels like it was a rematch after all, because it was IQ that dented the hopes of Team Myanmar on the previous round. But we won't be seeing too much of a glimpse of what really transpired. It is going to be a quick save coming in from Falak. And take a look at that. Thailand really close to them at the same time. Not going to be any further commitment coming in from Team Pakistan, as they're holding on to the ridges in between Pochinki as well as the abandoned school alley. Over onto the side of Vietnam, they've left the water town. Back into Rozok they go. And this is where it is just a tough navigation for the likes of Manny.
Now, Team Vietnam, they split themselves in the 2-2 formation. Same goes for Team Nepal. Surprisingly, they're both using the same strategy here. So that's why they're being a bit more careful, just trying to bait each other out. The moment they pull over and try to engage, both teams will react instantly. Taking 2 versus 2 situation between Nepal and Team Vietnam. While the other 2 members of Team Vietnam still keeping tabs on Team Brunei around the water town on the north. But when it comes to teams coming up from the south, it's been quiet for a bit here. But they're all waiting for the next stage to commence, which can be less than 25 seconds on the clock. The side of Team Indonesia, it has not been a lot of actions coming up from their end as well. But they got plenty of information regarding all the other teams' rotation from this vintage view of a rooftop. They're spotting out Saudi Arabia and Jordan, possibly even heard some rotation from Team Pakistan itself as well.
Yeah, I really do like the angle that he's holding, but it is very, very dangerous though. Heiko, also known as Yummy, he likes to also tread the fine lines overall, but Indonesia, they are definitely in the need for points, because back in round 1, they didn't really get all too much. Now, they are not entirely in the clear with that 2-2 split going on. They need to find an entry into the zone, and they've tried to deal with Saudi Arabia. They could not crack the code just yet. Overall, the R8 boys, they are definitely looking rather invincible for the time being, but maybe not for too long. The rest of Myanmar, though, holding over onto the monastery of Pochinki. And this is where they get to overlook the entire squad of Hong Kong, China from afar. And this is a perfect opportunity.
What a good tap. The bullet drop. Manet definitely knows what he's doing here. Unfortunately, the Blues don't arrive. But here comes Ekla going in for the rush towards Team Hong Kong China, taking a bit of a courage just to go for the rush. Mankey in trouble. Ekla going this against the entirety of Hong Kong China by himself. Well, the rest of Team Myanmar is nowhere to help him yet. He's going in solo and Rambo himself into this compound, but he still survived somehow. Back to the side of Xiaojia, he managed to secure this point, but unfortunately, at the same time, we do have a fight for Team Uzbekistan. Team Myanmar got eliminated. Same goes for Team Hong Kong China. This is too fast.
This is way too fast. They're just canceling each other out. And of course, Malaysia also was the first one to bite the dust very early on. I'm just really surprised how well Hong Kong, China as a region traded in that duel. It's just sad that there was no time for Manki to even heal up by the end of it all. Now, going back towards the side of Team Uzbekistan, they dive into the direct center. This is where you see them fighting for those trenches. Meanwhile, Heiko finally shows up and he takes down ID as well as Marv.
There's going to be Snape rotating to his off angle, hoping to find an opening to his Team Jordan, while Team Vietnam, they try to get those elevation. If they can actually scout last player of Uzbekistan, Bad Boy, I think everybody knows there'll be somebody there since there's a vehicle parked in the middle of an open field, which just seems to be a bit weird. And that's why Nepal is pulling over. Same goes for Team Jordan, but Bad Boy, at least he got himself some hand grenades as well as those throwables, especially those smokes, in case he needs to find an exit out. Back to us, Team Pakistan for luck now, but there are more members. Schweppes! There was a huge net, but wait a second! That third party out of nowhere across downtown. Team Nepal, what a steal!
That was such a sharp tag coming from T24 OP. That is just a tiny little pixel and he still got it. Meanwhile, we continue on. Team Pakistan feeling really good about this scenario. They have those compounds to hold out, but we get ourselves a little bit of an update. Vietnam still by the boatyard, sharing it together with Brunei Darussalam that has been holding on for a very long time. Indonesia now finally gets over onto the west wing. There is that split going on. They are looking to eventually rock up against Jordan. Meanwhile, Delta getting invaded, but can he find a trade up against the rest of Vietnam?
He only got himself DBS, but it will do so much work for him. Unfortunately, it's going to be a win with a mini 14. Both going for the CQC. The rest of Team Nepal will go for Richard, or will they still go for the challenge, though? But we do have Uzbek last player still dead alive. On the side of Team Vietnam, there's going to be a huge haul of eliminations. They just caught themselves here with 7 points in total. Unfortunately, Team Nepal, they ended up with more than a chicken, 11 eliminations. But still, sorry, it's just 4 eliminations, 11 points right now. But at least they got themselves some ranking points in the process too. But back towards the open field around the outskirts of school, we do have last player of Uzbekistan, Bad Boy, lasted here for a long time. Surprisingly, nobody tried to check this area here right now. But he's been surrounded by Team Pakistan at the back. And speaking of another Team Jordan, fighting against Team Indonesia on the southern side. But I think Team Pakistan, Falak, his eyes is super sharp.
That's right. I mean, overall, they've been able to mark their rotation, and that's the reason why you see Team Uzbekistan, they lost so many members from the get-go, and there's just no escaping from the wrath of what is being offered from the side of Pakistan. Meanwhile, Ragnarok and the rest of the Jordanian side has been able to double down, looking for that shred. Meanwhile, Zeus finally find the mark, and they're looking for point number 4 against Pakistan.
Well, this is going to be another big battle between the top contenders. All eyes locked between Team Vietnam versus Pakistan right now. Both having a 4-player, full squad versus full squad, with both teams having almost similar amount of eliminations as well. But when it comes to position-wise, Team Pakistan, at least they have a little bit of barricade with the terrain here. But at the same time, they can actually give a bit of room for them to scout out the rest of Team Jordan. So that barricade in between those small hills actually will separate them between them and Team Vietnam for the time being. And hence they know if Vietnam firepower is something that they should not challenge yet. I feel like they want to go to a Team Jordan for the fight here right now.
Does really feel like it's going to be the case, but they also need to respect a little bit more of that space. I think so far it's been working well for Falak and the rest of Pakistan to play from long range. So until they actually get a couple of all these knocks, then they can actually follow suit. But take a look at this. Both Vietnam as well as Brunei, they've been neighboring each other for a very long time now. And by the end of stage 6, I believe both sides will be forced to go deeper into the zone, which may force Brunei to take a fight that they did not want to at this moment. Unless if it goes north, then they could just basically be happy about partying by the yacht, but there's no yacht inside, of course. So just like I said, this is going to be a forced situation coming in from the Southeast Asians over the north. Indonesia also loses their spot. Wouldn't be taking too much for Pakistan to also join into the zone.
What a nade win! That was straight in the face of Charco. It was just taking a small pick in a second, but what a perfect world time on the side of Team Vietnam. Now, despite they were taking a long time at a stalemate between them and Brunei, the tension's broken as Shako still blitz out. Newbie tried to do some damage control, but coming up from the back line, Team Pakistan might take advantage of this and worst case scenario. Team Brunei, they're being closed in by the blue zone at the same time, and Vietnam both taking action as well, but they're separating their focus here for Team Brunei. They have to focus on Team Vietnam and Team Indonesia at the same time.
Oh boy, Chewy's running out of space. Bo has marked him for so long. And there we have it. Big nades flung right towards the side of Brunei. And the blue zone's closing through. There's just no reprieve whatsoever. Falk now aiming down onto those members of the side of Indonesia as we see the entire lobby erupting right now. And the Jordanian side soaks in another big nade. This time, it's from Pakistan's Huzaifa.
Huzaifa! I always know when to open the biggest door for the team. Pakistan, of course, but looking back to as Ragnarok is actually playing here. But on the side of Ragnarok, what can he do? They are pretty much in the lower ground compared to the other teams there. Playing around the great area. There's going to be Indonesian as well, but Vietnam, they're tossing a huge nade to the side of Indonesian as well. When going in for the push, coming in with an AUG, randomly spray in the midst of the smoke, hoping it will somehow connect. But Icon is not making it easy. Win still winning over this side, but Vietnam, there's no stopping between Pakistan and Vietnam. When it comes to elimination, they tally up together at the same time. 7-4 each, but here comes Snake, Ozil Hug, Falak, here there, and for 1-6 for now Vietnam. What a casual swing coming out from Falak just now.
And there's going to be a whole lot more Falak. He's going to aim down onto more of these members of Indonesia. An instant attack right into the vehicle. And there we go. He's looking for a little bit more. Falak, he gets it done for Pakistan to celebrate this massive chicken dinner.
You know what? Despite their performance yesterday, this is actually their first ever chicken dinner in the Asian Games Qualifier. Now, it's no surprise if they can make it through the main event, which is going to be the 20th Asian Games in Japan. But it also showcased themselves what they have to offer in this qualifier as well. I mean, this is just the starter. We haven't even get into the main course yet, which is going to be the main event. And they have been showing us with such high quality plays, with such caliber. But just now, I still have to give it the teamwork coming from Team Pakistan just now. You can see how everything just tally up and just, feels like everything aligned in the very short amount of time, with Huzaifa being the setter for the team. Falak, make sure he follows up whatever the situation is. That's not an easy task, especially with your positions being surrounded by all the other teams that are focusing on you. And we saw all the dates just now flying over such a galore. If you miss that one step into a different, totally an off position, you get bombarded immediately in that situation.
I mean, it's been impeccable. I've mentioned it before. It's only about time. If you give Falak and the entire squad some space, they'll take everything, and finally they got themselves that chicken dinner, which has been a work in progress. Every other round you see a big number of elimination points, and once they get that perfect pop, and you saw all the other teams were also scrambling for the space out in the open. Indonesia, they were trying to drive right through, which I thought that was a really close fight between them as well as Vietnam. And then once Pakistan shows up, show's pretty much over. They just took over. And my, Jordan, they also did very well to make it into the top 4.
I agree. Jordan has been very consistent here today, but there was a flashy chicken dinner coming up from Pakistan side with a 1v4 fallout at the end. I mean, that was just, they didn't score any chickens for the entirety of the group stage, but when they actually score one, it's going to be a super flashy one at the same time. But Team Vietnam, that was fun to watch between Team Vietnam and Team Pakistan. I feel like they are on the same wavelength in terms of their firepower, elimination, as well as their positioning too. So this is going to be a very tricky one to see who's going to stand on top of the others.
That's right. I definitely want to also highlight Team Indonesia. So far, this has been one of their better performances as they secure themselves a top 2 position. If we take a look at the eliminations, I mean, Pakistan, they've been farming a lot from the first game into the second. But for Indonesia, you know, back in game 1, they had their fair share of struggle, but in game 2, this is the bulk of the income coming in from, you know, Yummy, as well as you start to see the rest show up all together. The amount of healing is immense from both sides, as both are almost reaching 1,000, but they are not a fan of staying outside the zone. They always subscribe themselves into massive battles, which is why you see those healing charts is all the way up there. But Indonesia, they now skyrocket into number 5 in the match rankings.
What a change of the overall rankings within just one map. But 13 eliminations coming up from the side of Team Pakistan, while Vietnam just now ended up with a 7. And nobody else can actually steal any points from these 2 teams because they were bulldozing the rest of the lobby. Well, Team Jordan, I love how they actually play it. The same goes for Team Brunei. I mean, even Team Nepal, if you compare with yesterday, I feel like they are struggling in today's matchup here as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that they haven't really have their engine started just about yet, but give them a little bit more time. I believe Nepal, they should be able to get their hang of it, but this is just, you know, one of the few instances where they still secure themselves for Indonesian points, so at least they were absolutely challenging other teams in order to still have a good average total of 5 points. So when you add that together, Team Nepal will still be within that top 7, but more importantly right now we see improvements coming in. Pakistan immediately within that one round goes up and above to knock Uzbekistan down to the 2nd spot, while Vietnam, they've always been really nimble on their pursuit, and now they move into the top 3. Jordan, number 4, and Indonesia from the gutter into the top 5 with 12 points.
Now, Pakistan really set the benchmark pretty high for the rest of the teams. If you look at the placement points and elimination, they balance both the most out of all the teams and the most for placement points as well. That's a huge statement. I mean, usually when it comes to the team at the very top, they get the most elimination or placement points, but in this case, they balance both, which does a lot of tasks to do for the teams at the bottom, which are going to be Team Malaysia, Brunei, Thailand, and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But I don't blame them. It's just a matter of, you know, we do know that when it comes to the first 4 stages, there's not much actions happening. The only thing that they can change here for the teams at the very bottom, if they start to initiate those fights in the first 4 stages where nobody else wants to take action into. But to get more into the game, we have to get into the break first, because all the teams need to recuperate and regroup just to see what they have to do in the next ring. We'll see you guys after this break.
Uzbekistan has taken the first map, and map number 2 was taken by Pakistan. This is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifier PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. We are going to be your casters, and we're going to have to wait and see who can take map number 3. We've got a whole lot of matches here for the rest of the night, another 3 or 4 coming our way, and it is just going to be intense. This is down to the top 8, guys. We have to get the top 8 to qualify to the Asian Games in Aichi, Nagoya. So it's very, very important that all these teams stay locked in, and everybody here from all your different regions kind of support your fellow countrymen to push them over the edge and make sure they cross the finish line with ease.
Yep. And hello, Face. Welcome back to the desk.
Oh yeah. All of a sudden I magically appear, you know what I mean? Where did Contra go? But he's definitely going to take his well-deserved break is what he needs, you know?
Yeah. Okay. And speaking of what you mentioned just now, we talked about this just before we start live, and so far you did mention about it's a very different during the group stage, and when it comes to the mix
yes.
of the teams right now, when it comes to the margin, do you think we're still going to have that very large margin between certain teams and the rest, or do you think it's going to be very small difference between the points here by end of today?
It's tough because during the group stages, we had we needed the top 6 to kind of qualify. This is now gathering all the top 8, but since we have the top 6 from group A, the top 6 from group B, we've put them here in this one main final group. Everybody is super competitive, and everybody is really playing it a lot more safer than I expected. And just looking at the top 8, the score difference right now, it's not too bad. I mean, you can clearly see Pakistan kind of running away with the total points with 29 points, but below the third place, it's starting to get about 17, 13, 12, 11. Like anybody can still kind of catch up and make their way to the top 8 position. So it's, as long as you guys are locked in, then there's definitely a chance for you to slingshot yourself. Like we see Thailand down here in 12th place, total points of 4, but we've got 4 more games ahead of us. So still definitely a chance. So you guys in Thailand supporting your region, don't count them out just yet.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It begs the question. Nobody else, since we do know teams already reviewed their votes, I assume, yesterday, the day before, to get into the finals here, right? For the coaching staff and the analysts definitely have been calculating about which team is dropping where. This is what surprised me. Now, the fact that Team Pakistan right now is standing at number 1, seeing as during the group stage, this team that seems to be overpowering, why is there no other teams, especially teams at the very bottom? They have got nothing else to lose, basically. If they wait things out, we have witnessed it throughout the group stage till the finals here. They wait things out, it didn't turn out well for them. Waiting is never going to be the best action to do in this final lobby, especially. But why is there nobody trying to challenge this team to hot drop them, especially the top teams, to hot drop them straight off the bat?
Oh, it's tough. I mean, if you think about it, this is the final day. Only the top 8 teams kind of make it to the Asian Games. And do you really want to risk it by running and hot dropping and trying to get the elimination or get the takedowns on towards Pakistan? It's tough. You're gonna try to play it safe. And I completely understand why a lot of these regions are taking a lot slower pace. They don't want to make mistakes. But right now, Pakistan, they took the first game, they got 5th place, they got 3 eliminations, but I think that kind of warmed them out here. It warmed them up.
Wait a second. We do have Enjoy coming in with Amori out. I think this is the first for Team Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I want to see if this will actually change their tempo entirely. And talking about hot drops, this might be the team that I'm hoping for them to do the hot drops. Yes, it's not going to be easy. I agree with you. It's high risk, high reward though, because so far,
understandable.
Would you willing to, settle with yourself, knowing the fact that, well, We tried, but did they really try to challenge in the first 4 stages? Because we do know so far in the first 4 stages, nothing seems to be happening because everybody was being too careful. But wouldn't it be something that you might regret not trying it out, just to try it out, since you got nothing else to lose?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's definitely something you can do. And I think if they were to do something, I would advise them to get a little bit more aggressive and try to engage with Pakistan or maybe other regions early on now. You know, it's only map 3. There's 3 more maps to go. If you at least make the attempt now, it doesn't work out for you, okay, maybe we can change something else for the next couple of maps coming up. So I would advise them to either do it this map and just see whether it works out for them or not, because you can see the golden tickets just waiting for them in the middle of the stage. These guys are all fighting for to make their way to Japan. It's just staring at them, you know, they're all surrounding this, and I think the pressure is also kind of mounting on their shoulders as they play.
I mean, in this lobby, we have 2 world champions, by the way. The global stage champions. We have Myanmar team with the previous champion for 2025, and then we have the recent champion, which is going to be Team Pakistan. Oh man. And then we have the others. I mean, even though they are not champions, but they definitely are already stepped their foot into the world stage multiple times by now. There's no nothing unusual or strange for them. The only thing that's going to be strange if they make a mistake or the blunder happens in the game. That's the only strange thing that might happen in here. But we do know when it comes to the third triangle map, now I want to see whether things will switch up a bit faster with our first 4 stages that's been quiet previous maps. Let's head into a wrangle.
Pressure is building as we get to the latest parts of the map. Later parts of the day, you know, this is not any normal league. This is a team that is fighting for the region. It's a whole different ball game here, but I'm sure these guys definitely have the experience to kind of go all the way through. Starting things off, the flight path from a left to a right. Teams kind of spreading out here throughout the map, and I think this is a pretty top-sided flight path, but teams could still definitely get early access to vehicles and make their way down towards either Pochinki, towards Quarry. We had a couple of teams in Group A, you know, who were definitely willing to make their way to SMB regardless of flight path.
Yeah, I think those teams, one of them is going to be usually it's going to be Myanmar, but they will take Jogopol right now due to, like you mentioned, it slightly favors the northern side for the flight path. But here comes the stats. When it comes to the stats, the top place is always going to be Falak right now leading. High chance he might end up as our finals MVP here. I'm not surprised that he's one of the best players, arguably in the world as well. But we do have a 50. Whenever I'm casting with you, surprisingly, we're going to have this sort of circle for some reason. And I'm loving this. This is the most south circle we ever have in this tournament.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna favor Myanmar if they do decide to make their way to SMB. But you know, they've already positioned themselves towards the north side of the map, and it's definitely not questionable at all. You know, seeing that flight path, you kind of expect it to kind of make its way towards there, but it's just a complete opposite, a complete shift. And these players now have got to get their running boots on and kind of decide on where to set up their camp here in this next stage.
Speaking of next stage, I'm looking for Team Hong Kong China to be on the next stage, because right now, personally, I feel like this is going to be the team with the most progress in a very short amount of time. If you compare it with all the other nations and regions here, Team Hong Kong China is actually having one of the least amount of a global stage exposure compared to all the others, because they're quite recent compared to all the others. They have been in the global stage or been in PUBG Mobile since the birth of it, while Hong Kong China just recently, I mean since last year or last 2 years, they have been popping here and there. And now they if you compare with the years between the players of Team Hong Kong China and, for example, team from the South Asia region like Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, For the Southeast Asia, they actually expose way longer the rest of the others. And Hong Kong, China, Team Hong Kong, China still can catch up despite that years of gap of difference, you know.
I mean, I guess that it's all down to determination, and they were pretty on par with the rest of Group A on that first day, only securing the third place with 54 points in total. It's very, very close. Thailand got second place in Group A with 55 points, so it was a 1 point difference. So it could have been either one, and I think they're definitely making a name for themselves here on stage, as this is a different ball game. To be playing next to each other in front of your opponents, it's just a whole different ball game, and they are doing very, very well to stay composed.
Yeah, I see what you did there. I'm sorry. We're all trying our best. Back to it, the game. Speaking of doing our best, we can see Team Malaysia seems like they are slightly in a shaky spot compared to their first map, which we can see a slightly more confidence approach. If you compare with the last wrangle, they were... how do I say this? One thing I noticed about the pattern of Team Malaysia, especially in this case, is going to be Magna Esports, the club they're playing for, but under the banner of Unity, and for their nation's pride, they'll be playing for Malaysia flag for today. Sometimes when Voki lead, I mean, he's sometimes a bit reckless, He's trying to move way too fast, and the others, for his teammates, having slightly a tough time to catch up. I think the same case for Team Indonesia, because exactly they have very similar playstyle between Voki and Rosemary of Team Indonesia. Sometimes they're taking the lead way too far, like too fast. The rest of the teams couldn't catch up. I mean, they might have communication, but sometimes when you say I want to go here, but you already start going.
Yeah.
Then only you tell it's a bit lagging with your communication with what you're planning to do. They might actually will cause a bit of a problem for the other for the entire team to match up, to synchronize for this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's what we saw on the first day in Group A with the Philippines. Early on they kept losing members, and it was just one. It was either one or two members of the team who were kind of just straggling a little bit too far forward without the rest of the team. There was no one there to back them up when he got knocked down. But yeah, this is something that kind of helps over time. Maybe I would say that maybe they're from different teams in the Pro League, but at the same time, like you just mentioned that they were from Unity. They were from one club, so it's interesting. They definitely have something to work on. But right now, Rare from Hong Kong, China have something to be very worried about, as Uzbekistan players are kind of just lurking and making some noise here around this area, letting themselves be known to the rest of that squad.
And time is what they don't have, because we do know there's going to be only one day, and the map's getting lesser for now, and Uzbekistan already start the hunt. But Sharko has been doing so great holding his fortress on his defensive side today. But for Chewy with an AKM in his hands, unfortunately Glory is way faster with the S12K. When it comes to the CGC, we do know that S12K will actually play such a well performance coming out from the side team Uzbekistan. But unfortunately, that boy still needs that pick up. Ramses don't have the time to do so. He's right now. But the rest of Team Brunei slowly closing in the gap and at the distance. Can Ramses actually buy time for their teammate to pick up? Unfortunately, RIP! What a nade!
Does manage to find one. The rest of Team Uzbekistan has been revived, but they've got to be careful. Slowly, they've got to finish up this engagement as soon as possible, because just around the horizon, there is Hong Kong, China waiting, ready to third party. But there it is, a big nade kill coming in, and Uzbekistan come out on top with 3 points of their own. You can see Xiaoji kind of just slowly lurking, trying to spot out whether he can find an opportune time to strike, but they do fall back. They play it patiently and allow Uzbekistan to kind of recover here.
It feels like he's a bit too nosy just now. And he was
Can
like,
I come in now?
yeah, never mind, they finished. Yeah, the sale's done. So we're going to go back now. But Xiaojia, there was a huge information still to relay back to the rest of the roster. So at least they know their information regarding how many teams are they coming up from that direction. So they might be a bit extra careful for their next rotation. But I'm looking forward for this circle. Please let it be SMB.
Have we had an SMB circle?
Never. No.
This is the third day, and no, I hate to break it to you, but we won't be having it here either. Maybe next map though. It's a possibility. We still got one more Erangel map.
Maybe next 4 years.
No, not like this. Oh man.
But we've seen this sort of circle before, FaZe, on our first day, and high chance it might ended up right around the slightly south, or maybe in the open field of Garka. There's a high chance for it. There's plenty of small shacks around here somewhere, so probably that's what Team Hong Kong China right now trying to get into it as fast as they can, because it's quite a flat plane. If you're coming in, there'll be a lot of third party and gatekeepers waiting from the inner side of circle.
Ooh. And talking about gatekeeping is something that Haikal is kind of doing at this moment. You know, he's got the squad from Nepal making their way towards him. Delta has made his way in towards the compound, and Haikal has to be very, very careful because TMG8 is just around the corner. He spots him in his perspective, kind of playing chicken. And I think Haikal might have managed to stay hidden in this corner. They do know that they are here. Yes, the nades do come out, but Haikal gets the better of him. He will be able to finish off the job here and find two big, massive eliminations here for Team Indonesia as Haikal just swipes out two with ease.
Wow, I love to call him Yummy May, his IGN, by the way, the usual IGN. That's going to be Yummy, the monster of that DBS, one of the best DBS players in South Asia. But they are not done for Team Indonesia. They have last player of Team Nepal right now. Oh, Zayo.
Big
It's
damage.
really in a tough spot. What can he do at this point? He's pretty low himself.
Oh man, he's by himself. I think he's kind of cornered at this point. It's just being flooded. They find the information. They know he's inside there. He just need to hit one shot as he will eventually get taken out here by Silhak. So Nepal, the top finisher for Group B, has been eliminated here in the third match.
Wow, what happened
all this
to
is
Nepal
happening. Look at
today?
this, Uzbekistan.
No, like, seriously, if you compare with yesterday, Nepal was really on fire yesterday. Today's just totally been tamed down by all these teams in this lobby right now. They are struggling to really just shine here. But back to the side of Team Uzbekistan, they have been really hiding their best cards so far. And I'm not surprised if they might ended up as our top contender, even might contest for the #1 spot by end of today.
Definitely. I think Glory was on this roof here. I think Mankey has to be very careful. He does get some shots off into the distance to the rest of the team Uzbekistan. But Glory is still here. He's got to be very, very careful. He might be able to pick off one or two, and Circle has made its way towards the south side here of Pachinki. Ooh.
It's the same as Zach Circle when we casted the day one of the group. Yeah, exactly the same one. But we do know Team Myanmar might actually have some advantage around the fork at the end of that bridge. Well, Hong Kong China, on the other hand, do they really want to let Glory
I don't think they know he's even there.
I think they know. Mankey's definitely heard a couple of footsteps before.
Quite possibly, but he's just a ninja right now in the shadows. Oh, hold on a second now. Vietnam Zeus does take down one of the players here from the side of Myanmar. That's -1 player there. Jordan actually getting a bit of a scuffle as well. Has got one player knocked down, but so far Vietnam, they're doing what they normally do, sticking together as a group, seeing whether or not they can pick up one or two players and then just leave.
But I don't think they want to leave for now. When it comes to those high grounds, especially when they are...
no.
Never mind, back
They
to
found out Glory.
Yeah, they definitely know about Glory, but for Glory, he's fighting back. Wait, can he actually clutch this one now? We don't see the rest of Team Uzbekistan nearby, but he might actually score a couple of points just by himself. It is so doable for him right now.
Oh yes, he wants to go for
One more
fight.
win, no way!
All 4 players here of Hong Kong, China heading up to the attic, and oh man, he will get cleaned up. That leaves Uzbekistan down to 5 players, and while all this is happening, there's so many different fights across the map. Indonesia being able to find one. Uzbekistan does get a trade there onto a Xiaojie. It's tough. It's a full-on third party. Indonesia coming in to wreck the party. It is just Hardboy by himself. Oh man, he's just got nowhere to run.
Well,
He's stuck in between 2 teams. Oh no.
But we're not out of the woods yet. But at least for Team Hong Kong China, they got some time to recuperate themselves thanks to Team Uzbekistan right now. Bob Zilhawk, aka Snape, gonna toss another exact trajectory of a nade. It's gonna be double down, make it the third one. Rarely being alive right now. So difficult. He's been cornered down to a point. They got 1 HP, 1 sneeze, and it's down. And it's gonna be Snake with only nade for those eliminations. They don't even have to open fire. Just toss their throwables.
Eliminations from downtown, from the 3-pointer mark in towards the building to just wipe out. Oh man, the Hong Kong China team. Unfortunate for them, but that is the beauty, and that is the well thought out game plan coming in from Team Indonesia. You know, wait for Uzbekistan and Hong Kong China to get into this fight and come in third party and kind of clean things up. You know, there was just no moment of silence at all for both Hong Kong China and Uzbekistan, because in the middle of fighting each other, Indonesia just comes in and, you know, picks them all up. So great stuff here from them, not too far out from the zone as well. Should be able to recuperate and make some noise as they make their way in towards the zone. And oh my goodness, IQ does manage to get a decent amount of damage, decent amount of pressure there on towards the Indonesian team. Can they finish anything off?
I did note it about this circle just now. There's going to be what we call the Fisherman Village Circle. And it's quite a tricky one. If there's players that resorting to swim, it's actually very doable, because around the edges of the coastline, around that town just now, there's multiple levels to hide. But for the side of Zeta, aka Pratama, coming up from Team Indonesia, he might just walk himself in a trap. From the pan to the fire, if he picks the wrong direction, it's going to be completely obliteration of Team Indonesia. But on the side of Team Pakistan, they have to watch out for Falad. This guy just don't miss. He doesn't know how to miss. He's just born to be perfect with his sprays. For some reason, he's a different genetic breed entirely. But Falad cooking up the nade. Here comes the nade. It's going to be slightly bounced over the other side. He needs to go for a reload. And Falad is running low with his resources, though. Same goes for IQ.
Yeah, this is tough, and there's not really any main kind of structures that you can get your loot from, can recover. But oh, Zypha, one of the names that you did mention as well early on, that you think that has quite a decent amount of engagements here, and he does manage to find one. Looks like the team from Pakistan doing what they do best, and they clear house. Indonesia out of this round. They did secure 9 eliminations, so that will definitely help them out in terms of points. But Pakistan still alive.
It did actually help them out for their loot as well. They were running low with their resources.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a huge upgrade for them, but that was huge. I mean, if you guys in the chat want to see Falak versus Rosemary, now you got it. That just happened. But IQ, with his big brain plays, they are preparing themselves and prepping for the push coming up from Team Thai. But I'm not sure where's the last player for Team Myanmar, though. Is he nearby? Yeah, Smile is actually across the other side of the corner.
Separated, but it's definitely difficult. If one of the players do get into contact with either the Pakistani team or the Thai team, it's going to be difficult for them to deal with. But I think what Myanmar can do is kind of wait it out and you know, third party this fight between Thailand and Pakistan, and they might just come out on top.
For Team Thailand, it has not been their days since the start of this qualifiers. But when it comes to the circle, there's a high chance Team Malaysia, they might want to go for the swim. I mean, the airdrop is not even sincerely giving their players any upgrades since they're dropping themselves in the middle of the sea.
Oh, yeah.
But for it's like might as well
Swimming with
not
the sharks
drop it
too.
here. That's definitely going to be just for divers. But the second wave string is back to it, to the main peninsula. I think Team Pakistan do have the sweetest spot right now based on this circle. They got themselves quite a solid compound.
Oh, yeah.
But for Team Myanmar, I think they were forced to break their formation. It's quite far between each other.
Yeah, you can see Romeo kind of just stuck in a little shack. He's kind of waiting things out, seeing whether or not he can third party. If he needs Smile to come in for backup, I'm sure he will, but he's got to cross the main road. It's going to be difficult. And Pakistan has such a good positioning, like you mentioned. They don't have to worry about their backs, especially since it is kind of, with the rocks and the ocean behind them. So all they got to do is worry about what's in front of them. And they see their targets. IQ towards the top of the roof, throwing that Molotov, trying to see whether or not he can flush out Schweppes. Schweppes is by himself, and I think the smartest thing to do here is for Team Thailand to kind of just back off and find a different place to kind of hide out.
Speaking of hiding out, Team Malaysia couldn't even hide for a bit. The moment they just stepped out, yep, they got forced into separation between Team Malaysia players. This is quite detrimental for their side. Team Vietnam is gatekeeping them and denying their entry into that circle, despite they're actually not inside the circle as well. It's quite a good position. They're actually guarding over whoever's trying to cross over the other side. But there's also Team Jordan. I'm surprised they're not making any action yet, despite there's so many noises around them.
Yeah, they've been pretty... Well, in the first game at least, they were pretty loud, getting a pretty decent amount of engagement. You can see Keem, as soon as Iftar got wiped out by Team Thailand, he's like, yeah, let's not take the same road. Maybe I'll take a bit of a safer path here. And he's down in towards the ravine. Nonetheless, Vietnam has turned things around. They have set their sights on Team Jordan here. We're a bit stuck inside of a shack. Zias does end up finding Ragnarok, and they're just stuck. You can't really do much. They're surrounded. It's like a whole SWAT team. What can you do if you're Lathier? Just throw out a bunch of smokes, and it's just a barrage of nades. The classic Vietnamese tactic to just force them out of position. Molotov in towards the feet of Lath, and I don't think there's any way for him to survive this. Oh man.
It's tough. It looks painful on his receiving end, though. Nobody wants to be Lath right now. And I like the fact that Team Vietnam knows that the small shack, it's so difficult to get the nades into that small windows. They need those Molotov, plenty of them, just to finish off Lath. But Lath got finished off, was it by Saudi Arabia? Yes, it's been stolen right under the nose of Team Vietnam. How did that just happen?
Well, maybe he instantly peeked a little bit too far in towards those small windows, and they were just able to find him out. But now, just a few teams left here, few regions trying to fight their way, and the circle will soon shrink. This is so difficult here. Oh, it's pretty dire, but it's not too bad here if you were a fan from Myanmar. No, never mind. He's just stuck inside this little shack again. It's another shack situation. Huzaifa does do a little bit of damage, and hold on, Team Thailand is coming in to force Pakistan off of this ridge.
Oh, there was a fast backup coming out from the side of Team Pakistan. The moment Huzaifa got knocked down straight away. I like how the fact that Team Pakistan immediately respond to that. They pulled back, go for a retreat, making sure that their partner or their teammate is alive first rather than going for the eliminations. They're definitely not too greedy and definitely brothers first in this case. But back to us, Team Myanmar. Unfortunately, this can be Romeo. It's just a matter of time. It feels like a deja vu when it comes to those small shacks. And he didn't miss. There's no more door to block those nades flying in. The side of Team Malaysia, they can't wait it out anymore because Team Vietnam will force them to fight anyhow.
Does a decent amount of damage with those nades, but can he really survive? It's King by himself. The Cry is so far away, and oh no, Fex Cry will get taken out. It's just Keem by himself at this point. He's got to pray for a bit of a miracle here as he is going to be surrounded. Zeus, one of the top dogs from Vietnam, just around the corner lurking, seeing whether or not he can finish this off. And look at them fight throughout this ridge, using the rocks as cover, wind down below, trying to use the nades to find Keem, and he's just in such a great position. Doesn't have to worry about his back, but soon enough the blue zone will definitely have to force him out. Eventually they will find him with the nade elimination. Zeus closes the book here for Team Malaysia.
Yeah, but Team Vietnam just scored more points. Yeah, in the meantime, we do have Team Pakistan now keeping the pressure up towards Team Vietnam. And Team Vietnam both try to focus on Team Jordan. That's been lasting with that very small shack for quite some time. But back to Team Thailand, they're taking on the northern side. Now, Team Pakistan, they can pick and choose which they want to fight first. Whether they want to focus the ones in the center, that's going to be Team Jordan. But that shack, that ruthless shack, needs plenty of troubles to get them out from the hiding spot, because Clever barely got any ammunition at this point. He can't do much.
Yeah, definitely not. He's got a decent amount of throwables in his pocket, but with two smoke, how far can that really get you? He's got a whole road to kind of cross. They're stuck basically dead smack center of this zone with just teams surrounding them. Could possibly make his way towards the loot box, but let's be honest, man. With the state of that shack, it might not be great here for them.
They try. That's the only place they can actually take cover. It's that best case scenario. They can actually use whatever you have. But we do know Clever is just a matter of time with that pretty low bullets in his magazines right now. Wouldn't last long enough. But for Team Vietnam, on the other hand, look at how both just so far away from the rest of the team while they're holding the front line against Team Pakistan. They put one player to scout over who's happened to be in the center of the circle right now. So they've got plenty of information for Team Vietnam whilst trying to deal with Team Pakistan at the same time.
Yeah, not only are they dealing with Team Pakistan, they're aware that Clever is hiding out in that shack as well. They see Team Thailand across the ridge. Right now, Zeus, he's got the ammunitions. He's got the ability to take them out here from long range. So there's definitely a chance for Vietnam to get a little bit more points here on the board in terms of elimination. But we've got the top 4 teams currently: Thailand, Jordan, Vietnam, and Pakistan as well, currently on a top with 4 members alive. Shots here coming in from Falak and Huzaifa, and Pakistan just take down 2 members here of Team Vietnam. This is a massive way to start things off in the late game circles. They even find a couple of players from Thailand as well.
Team Pakistan really not giving any leeway for any of the teams. We're talking about Team Vietnam. That smoke-up vehicle immediately got punctured. All tires will flatten out the moment they try to cross over the other side. And they got drifted in the middle of the open space just now, giving so much space for Team Pakistan to take them down. That was costly rotation for Team Vietnam, by the way. They are totally damaged right now, down to only 2 players, while Team Pakistan still have a 4. We're talking about the only team with a full squad.
Wow.
Who can stop these guys? Huzaifa, his off angle is just off the chart. He's being impeccable plays with those off angles today. Who can stop Team Pakistan right now?
I don't think there's anybody who can stop them. They are on a rampage. The momentum is definitely on their favor. After coming off a win in map number 2 with 13 eliminations, they're looking for much more. They want to make sure they can secure the spot in Japan. And, Team Thailand eliminated. He's just stuck in a little bit of a crevice. Jordan down to 1 player. Vietnam 2 players. And Pakistan have a healthy, full squad left. Clever is still stuck in the shack. This is just so unfortunate here for him.
He's trying. He's really trying. You can see those long toss of hand grenade, hoping it will somehow connect.
Yeah.
Bo! It's getting closer
just
now. He's very clever with his position, I give you that.
Baus does end up getting taken out. Those nades kind of gave away his position. He will get eliminated. That's 10 for Pakistan. And oh no, Vietnam is out. Pakistan, they know they have it in the bag, looking for the last player standing. Not even looking, just waiting for him, toying with their food. And Hudzaifa will secure that final frag. 12 eliminations and 2 winner-winner chicken dinners in a row here for Pakistan as they are just pulling the momentum alongside them. Incredible display of skill here.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Pakistan, they didn't score any chicken during the group stage, and during the finals, they're just flashing it out. Right now, they are having a huge momentum with a back-to-back chicken dinner at that. With plenty of eliminations as well. Last map, they got themselves 13 eliminations. And this one, they probably have similar amount of number as well. The MVP, I think, yeah, I'm liking this. Hudzaifa, for me, he's always the best setter for the team. But when it comes to fun, like, he's always going to be the terminator for the team. So they really work so well with each other between these two players too. But I have to give the credit to Jordan though. You know how long Jordan's been in that ruthless shack for a long time.
Clever did the best. Oh, 6 points, yeah, for getting second place here. So, hey, not too shabby.
He doesn't have bullets. Last time we saw him, he barely got any with that min 14. He lasted long enough for a lot of teams trying to take him. I think Team Jordan were facing against 3 teams who tried to force them out of that very sad shack. But it works well for them. Regardless of that, they still scored themselves second place for their placement points. That's huge. And Jordan is one of the teams that's still quite consistent for today.
Yeah, definitely. They have been okay in terms of eliminations, but definitely the placement points are kind of adding up, and they're stacking it up across the rest of this of these matches. You can see top 4 teams in this in that previous match: Pakistan, Jordan, Vietnam, Thailand. The differences in nades, or the similarities between Pakistan and Vietnam when it comes to the nades, the utilities, is just incredible. You can see why they are on top. They know exactly how to use their nades, when to use it, and very, very precise when it comes to throwing it as well. And you can see sometimes Vietnam, what they do is they'll have all 4 players of the squad cook up a nade at the same time, throw it towards the same position, and kind of just bombard that one player to instantly knock him out or instantly eliminate him out of the match. I'm excited to see more from these 2 teams.
Yeah, I totally agree with how Team Vietnam try to approach with their utilities and throwables, right? It feels like watching a fireworks show whenever it's till the end, like around the last few stages. But when it comes to comparing between Team Pakistan and Team Jordan, now I did mention that Team Pakistan, they did not rush themselves to get into the center of the circle as fast as they can the moment the circle shift. They actually took their sweet time to be at the edges. While Jordan, I think they get into the center of a circle just because when they were rotating, there's too many teams. It's basically they have to cut across the middle of the battlefield just to be at that shot. They were forced to be in that shot in that situation. That's the only place they can find themselves a good barricade in where there's too many teams around them. So that's why when it comes to the blue circle time, a lot of the teams that having those high eliminations, they took their sweet time to be in the center. They didn't actually rush into it straight away.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the final match rankings here for match number 3. You can see Vietnam kind of coming out on the second place. This is due to, of course, the eliminations. While Jordan did survive for the placement points, they did only end up getting 7 points in total since they had 1 elimination. So this is something that all of these teams kind of have to keep in mind. You know, you can't just kind of hang around for the placement points. You got to make sure you do get eliminations as well, because they will add up at the end of the day. And that is what Pakistan is doing. 12 eliminations, 10 placement points with a total of 22 here in this game. Previously, they did just get themselves 23 total points. So they are slowly skyrocketing here all the way to the top, to the untouchable realm here for the rest of the squads.
Yeah, they're on the moon right now. But wow, the sudden drop of performance coming from Team Nepal is what questions, the biggest question I have in my mind right now. What happened to Team Nepal? I mean, yesterday they were on fire. They were definitely dominating over their lobby. But when it comes to today, it's a sudden it's actually a huge drop of performance. It's a very sharp drop compared to yesterday.
Teams have good days, teams have bad days. You know, it's part of gaming is part of esports. You know, one day you're insane, and then the next day is like, oh, you just don't feel it. And I hope Nepal can step it up and reset during this break to kind of talk things up, because they're not too far away. Still number 9 here on the board with 12 points, just kind of tied things up here with Hong Kong, China. So there's still definitely a chance here for them. It's just a matter of resetting during this break and playing together well as a team here.
But you know what? We got ourselves an interview at the on-stage arena. Let's head over to our host.
Pakistan, đó sẽ là Falek và T24. Okay, hi guys. Congratulations. And your team is very close to the 2026 Asian Games. So, the first question for Falek. Yeah, in your opinion, what do you think is the most important thing to win the last 3 matches?
I think mindset and confidence is the most important thing, and our confidence and mindset has boosted a lot after winning PMGO Global. So yes, we are very confident right now, and that's helping us a lot.
Okay, thank you. Theo Falek thì những yếu tố để chiến thắng thêm 3 trận thi đấu còn lại đó sẽ là về tư duy cũng như là sự tự tin. Và theo Falek thì team của các bạn đã làm rất là tốt những điều này ở trong những ván thi đấu trước, và các bạn tin rằng là mọi chuyện sẽ ổn thôi và các bạn cũng sẽ giành được chiến thắng trong 3 ván thi đấu tiếp theo. Yeah, thank you Falek, thank you for your sharing. And now, T24 OP. Yeah, your question is, looking back at your journey, what makes you happiest about your team?
One thing about my team that we are very friendly. That's the best thing I like about my team.
Rất là ngắn gọn thôi. Falek T24 thích nhất về những cái đồng đội của mình đó chính là rất là thân thiện. Và đó cũng là một yếu tố để có thể các bạn làm việc với nhau thật là tốt trong kỳ Asian Games ngày hôm nay, cũng như là để chạm được đến chiếc vé để có thể thi đấu ở Nhật Bản sắp tới. Và đó chính là những chia sẻ. Okay, thank you guys for your sharing and fighting.
Yes,
Okay. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều, và chúng ta sẽ có ít phút giải lao trước khi bước vào trận thi đấu tiếp theo. Các bạn hãy giữ kênh này nhé, và chúng tôi sẽ trở lại ngay sau đây.
I like that, very short and sweet coming out from the side, especially for T24OP just now, because we're friendly. I can vouch for that. I mean, I used to interview this team as well when it comes to who will actually give you their knowledge as well. But before we're heading into our last ring of the day, we're going to head the breaks for a bit. So don't go anywhere. See you guys after this. Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys tuning into the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version with your casters here today. It's going to be Chuchi and FaZe. Also, we have Contra for Miramar map later on. But we do head ourselves into the last Erangel when it comes to the finals here. And we talked about this before. When it comes to the last of Erangels, things going to get super wild.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of teams are very comfortable here on Erangel. I mean, it's the most played map within the past 3 days. So I think they've kind of built quite a decent amount of knowledge on where everybody is kind of dropping and how their playstyle is. And being this is the last final map of Erangel, you gotta make sure that they do get as many points as you can with the amount of knowledge that you have here throughout the past few days. And it is a lot on the line. There are quite a few teams at the bottom of the scoreboard here in terms of the pointing system, but there's still definitely a chance for them to kind of slingshot themselves to the top 8. It's no longer the top 6 to qualify. It is now the top 8 to secure those golden tickets in the middle of the stage to make their way to Aichi Nagoya. Pressure is on, and these guys now have to just perform.
Yeah, but when it comes to the drop spot for the teams, a majority of them do prefer like their comfort spot, which we do know so far no hot drops yet. But it also depends on circuit. I think for the Asian Games qualifiers right now, there's only like 2 types of circuit that we've seen so far. First day, it's gonna be Gaka or around the left side of the circle, and yes, Naya Poliana all day long for yesterday. But when it comes to the player stats, I mean, Falak just happens to be in all the stats, every single stat. And we mentioned about this left side circle. It's still going to be, feels like similar one again.
Yeah, 25% of the circle is not even in the map. Basically, it's just in the water. But I think Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they've got quite a pretty comfortable position here, dead set in the center. If they want to take control of the mountain range of Gatka, then there's definitely a chance here for them to do so and to use that height advantage to scout on the rest of the players across the lobby. And look at this, Falak win again. Part 124 OP is these guys have just been insane. Most knockouts, most damages here throughout the map, throughout these couple of maps. They are on a roll.
There's no stopping these guys. I mean, who else? It feels like there's no other contenders right now for the top stats for the players. But it definitely, we want to see who will be MVP by the end of the day. Because right now the contention is up between Team Vietnam and Team Pakistan. Despite we saw some rising up from the side of Uzbekistan here today, but they prefer to have full squad plays instead of those flashy clutches by that one particular player. It's a very gameplay entirely compared to Vietnam and Team Pakistan right now. What interesting for me for this matchup, Team Vietnam and Pakistan, if you look at the timing, including the stages, there are eliminations and even their rotations seems like very similar, but it's just a different direction entirely. It feels like they have the same mentality and mindset into this tournament for both teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw in Group A, day 1, Vietnam kind of sticking together as a squad, rotating early, finding picks, leaving, getting 1 or 2 elimination points, and then just leaving teams like Philippines or Thailand with 2 players left standing for the later stages. Something similar with Pakistan. They stick together as a squad. They pick a pretty strong position towards the map and kind of gatekeep and take down players from a long range to at least bolster up their points as they head into the later stages of the map. So very, very similar, very strong in terms of firepower as well. I think you can put any one of these players from the Pakistan or the Vietnamese side in 1vx situations and they'll just always end up winning it. They're way too strong mechanically. If they can keep up this form, then they have definitely quite the chance to make it all the way to Japan. Pakistan coming off 2 winner chicken dinners in a row as well. So these guys are currently, they have the momentum on their side.
But we do have massive swaps between the teams, including Team Malaysia, and just now we saw it was Brunei. Yeah, Brunei do have a different player coming in as well, so I don't know how things were actually fair for the gameplay right now, because both of them seems to be in the same boat for both Team Malaysia and Brunei. But you talked about the top teams, yeah, but we do have Team Saudi Arabia. As always, they're always going to be the one that's starting out the fight, despite the quiet before the storm and the calm before the storm. It's always going to be them disrupting this silence. And Joyce got the outplays of Jordan. It's going to be a miracle. Right on top of this compound and multi-levels of it, this building. It's not going to be an easy one for them to wrap things around. But like you mentioned about Team Pakistan, Vietnam, and I want to talk about the points right now. First contact made, miracles down, Marv. That's going to be an easy execution. There you go, clean eliminations, but he needs to stock himself up for the resources once more. Whilst Prestige will try to stop Ragnarok's movement to its left. Jordan, they have been doing pretty well today, and you talked about maintaining momentum. I wouldn't worry too much for Pakistan and Vietnam though, because at the very bottom, is it still possible for the teams at the very bottom to catch up to the 8th place?
Oh, 100%. I mean, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we saw them on the first day. They were very, very strong in terms of firepower and the way they rotated across the map as well. So they definitely have that caliber. They definitely have what it takes to catch up. And I think it just takes one pop-off game here for them. And this could be the one. You know, they started off things pretty well with the first elimination on towards one of the Jordanian team members. This could slowly snowball into a bigger lead here as they make their way to the late game, because we know that they have the firepower. They've got the knowledge, and maybe the past couple of games, the rotations maybe on the circle just might not have gone their way.
It has been similar circles now.
I mean,
at this point, I mean, the circle don't really have that 5% luck, because it feels like the same rotations been going on for the past few days. But yeah, I mean, the second and third checkpoints between the teams, it's definitely changing sometimes here and there due to the difference of the teams participating in this lobby as well. But we talked about the points, and you mentioned about, the very bottom team have still a very wide shot to get into the top 8, because the gap is not that big between 8th place to the 12th place. And Contram mentioned about the safest points to have as a benchmark is going to be around the 40s or 35 and above, or 35 or more. With Pakistan definitely in a different tier entirely. With you look at the gap between 1 and 2, I guess top 5 teams definitely around 30-40s, no problem for them. But to be at 8th place, with how they actually play for Team Brunei and Team Saudi Arabia, is it possible for them to get in the 40s?
Oh, this is the fourth map, you know. You've got to kind of just do the best you can within this game and the next 3 games, as long as you kind of stay consistent to make your way to the top 8. You know, right now, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, you mentioned that it's a 4-point gap between 12th last place and 8th place. That's just four eliminations. That's maybe staying until what, the 4th place in terms of placement. So there's definitely a chance here for them to do that. But you know, if Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are trying to rack up those points, they're not the only ones. You know, I'm sure the teams that are in 8th place right now, like Hong Kong, China, Thailand, and Myanmar, they're also wanting to kind of farm more points so they can keep a comfortable lead and stay in the top 8. So they've got a lot of catching up to do here for the bottom 4. But it's definitely...
But the circle... But the circle's not making it easy. What the ground when it comes to the ground is Hong Kong, China couldn't actually hold their ground in the the guard car area just now. It seems like we have massive starts here compared to day due to the last map of Rengo in play. You're right, but unfortunately for Team China, it's not just Team Indonesia seems to be pinning them. I guess Team Pakistan all across they have been trying to snuff from afar, and for Team Indonesia, this is they are definitely on the hunt right now. They've been taking all place.
Yeah, they're sitting on at 4th place right now, but they know they need a bit more points. Like we said, usually at the end of the day, I think for Group A and for Group B as well, for the Jordan, they ended things off with 38 points. That was the threshold. So they're going to need to look for more, and I think that's exactly what they're doing, making sure that they look for those eliminations, but in a safe way. We saw that Pratama was kind of chasing that lonesome player from Malaysia who was in that car by himself. He's taking it slow. He's trying to get some pop shots, do a little bit of damage. If he can get the knock, that would be great. But in the meantime, he was just kind of taking it nice and slow, didn't wanting to go a little bit too much. But as for now, you can see the top of the mountain range, Team Vietnam. I mean, if it's not them that are on top of this mountain range, it's definitely they're definitely going to be coming in to try to at least retake it. And they've got complete control overseeing the side. All this is happening though. Uzbekistan do manage to get a knock on one of the Bruneian players. I'm not sure whether or not they can finish him off. Another team does end up doing so. That is just unfortunate. But slowly, they're just kind of poking at each other from downtown, from long range. I mean, there's definitely a chance here for Uzbekistan to kind of bring things back. They might look like they're a little bit slower, a little bit more passive now, but that's just how it is when you get to the later stages of the map, especially when the circle is like this. This stage is going to be very, very tough, man.
I have no complaint, at least in the entirety of this tournament compared to earlier today and yesterday, the day before. This is something else completely, and it's a good map to test out the loss of Erangel for all the players, because we haven't seen different type of circle, and this is the challenge. But back towards the fight, Pratama, he managed to escape in the nick of time. But back to his Yami Mei, or aka Haikal here. He's being left alone inside of this compound. But at least he got himself his Dacia back. So I think they're prepared to go out and exit if they need to for Team Indonesia, because this is too much at stake. They might get surrounded by Team Nepal and another team across the other side.
Yeah, I think Team Nepal kind of waiting to see whether or not they can find a knock, or if they can get any sort of information, check whether or not they're pushing through here for Team Indonesia. But for now, I'm pretty sure they're sitting here comfortably, just waiting for the zone, because the rest of the teams who are outside of the zone, they have to force their way in towards the small zone. It's going to be tough here for them, and we're going to be seeing a lot of eliminations here, because the zone is so small. Even though it's only stage 3, stage 4, it is insane. It's going to force out a lot of fights across the map.
Oh, Team Vietnam is on the hunt as well. I feel like Team Malaysia might get sandwiched in between. But we talked about Team Pakistan. They're not showing any sign of slowing down. Team Nepal, they might get obliterated in the hands of Team Pakistan right now. Here comes a nade flying over and might just finish off the rest of the Team Nepal. And unfortunately, we talked about them today. Team Nepal yesterday has been sublime. The performance was off the roof, but when it comes to this, a completely different scenario. Like you mentioned before, FaZe, they have their ups and downs for the teams, but this is the worst timing for them to have their downtime here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Team Nepal won out Group B yesterday with 78 points. Not too shabby, but Pakistan was trailing with 69 points of their own. So this is not a team that Team Nepal kind of wants to fight up against. And so far, Pakistan has gained 3 elimination points. They've done damage here to the Nepal team, taken down 2 players, and it's just looking rather dim here for them, especially with the zone slowly kind of closing out here as we head into the late game. It is going to be incredibly difficult, but still, they are on 12 points. Hong Kong, China on 12 points as well. If they can kind of secure a couple of elimination points, then there's definitely a chance here for them to at least maybe try get a bit of a lead and make their way to the top 8.
I'm looking at Chewy. I think he's tempted to go for a swim right now. He's waiting for the next circle if he needs to resort for a swim just for the sake of the placement points. If you look at the rest of Team Brunei, they're way at the edge of the circle. And yeah, Chewy, you can go for a swim right now. It's still a 50-50 circle between the land and the water ratio. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough space for all the team to occupy inside of this circle. So whoever's late into this circle, it's going to be tough for them to get an entry in, almost impossible at a late stage.
This is going to be so chaotic. Everybody's kind of making their way here. It's such a small circle. Damage is being done here by Ragnarok. He's trying to find a safe spot. He's still in the zone, in the blue zone, and he's kind of taking damage. Looking for a safe spot to entry, looking for a position to kind of stay alive. He's down to about 20 health points. Can he make it out? Yes, he can, but they make their way in towards a fortress of Team Thailand. Joker finds one, Turney K finds another, and they are just slowly mowing down the Jordanian team. Oh, that is tough. But all this is happening. Look at Smile from Myanmar. Actually did manage to down 2 of the players from Thailand. Jordan slowly recovering though. Hold on a second. The tables have turned, and it is just chaos.
I don't think they are recovering at all. You're looking at Clever. He's the only man standing. Now, out of his cleverness, can actually do anything about this. Because right now, Jordan cannot afford to give anybody else to take away their slot at 5th place. He might get pushed down really hard because of the margins. It's pretty low and pretty small. But back to his team, Malaysia and Vietnam. Win coming in a bit later. It's just at the off angle, giving cover fire from the high grounds. Whilst Wayne tried to find Shamil cleaning up the corners, but he knows exactly where those nades will be tossed about. Shamil repositioned outside with a DBS, hoping to find when he's preparing himself around the corner. It's going to be the corner fight between these two players. It's going to be a 1v1. Whoever wins this one will survive, or the other will get cancelled completely. But unfortunately for Team Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, out of nowhere, taking those shots from afar.
Oh, this is tough here. If you're in the position of Shamil, you're the last man standing, and see us from long range close things out with a double. That is just a complete massacre there for the Malaysian region. It's tough. They were kind of having a pretty decent fight up against the likes of the Team Vietnam. They were able to get 2 players down, but see us from the mountains, from the top of the hills, were kind of covering fire. Thailand now trying to make their way out, trying to find a safe position, but look at Team Uzbekistan. A SWAT team rolling up for a drive-by on a Team Thailand. Eliminated here for this 4th match. This is pure and utter chaos across the map as everyone tries to rotate to safety, trying to find something. And those with vehicles, I think, well, it'll definitely help them find a safe spot. They can use it as cover. Yes, you can see Chewy by himself. He did manage to find a knock on towards Finn.
And he got 2. It's not just one, he got himself 2. And he didn't go for a swim yet. I think it's well deserving for that patience waiting around the beach area for quite some time for Team Brunei, and it's well worth it. I'm not sure where the other 2 players at right now. But never mind. It's only 2 of them right now. Yeah. But at least, you know, the fact there's 2 teams taken out quite early. There's going to be Team Jordan and Team Thailand. This opened up a lot of doors for teams at the very bottom, because we do know the margin is still very tight at the bottom teams here right now. But the circle will shrink with Brunei. Will still have to fight their way into that circle. But I guess Team Nepal, now is the shot for them to slowly start to come back into this lobby, because they got themselves a compound and a circle to work with.
Yeah, Team Pakistan as well, though. There's in the circle, they've got a pretty comfortable position. They've got 3 members alive. Indonesia, oh my goodness, T24 OP is just
OP.
Is OP indeed. Long range, 4 times scope with the M4. Zeus just slowly getting chipped down to nothing. Can he make it out alive? He does spot the head of Zeus, but he cannot get a little bit too overzealous with that peak, because there are teams. You can see Delta just across opposite his compound. Oh my goodness. Delta finds one. Falak, his teammate, finds another one, and he's looking for more here at the top of the roof.
24 will be making it so easy to actually just swings it over the other direction completely and get himself some points. But unfortunately, he still couldn't score any of either Team Vietnam or Team Nepal right now. But we're going to jump over to Team Saudi Arabia versus Team Myanmar. former world champion for the 2025 last year, seems to be struggling to keep their boat afloat, and unfortunately got eliminated this time at their 7th place, but at least he scored himself double points there. This gave HKG or Hong Kong, China, Team Nepal and Saudi Arabia, including Brunei, to actually push themselves up to the top 8 since they lasted way longer. But the problem here is going to be Team Pakistan and Team Vietnam. These teams are already on top of everybody else, but they just don't know how to stop.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not Team Pakistan and Vietnam kind of farms those points in terms of eliminations. But so far, it's pretty even across the board. You can see Kingdom and they are looking for more, as Enjoy spots Chewy just at the bottom of his car. A little bit of damage done, looking for more, because all he needs is 2 points here for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to kind of make their way towards the top 8 position. That's if Team Hong Kong and Team Nepal can't catch up. But nonetheless, Hong Kong, China alongside
0.
Team Pakistan fighting it out. The IQ with the big nade on towards 0. They've got the knock on towards one of the players, and it's just one last remaining player of Hong Kong, China. Down and dusted, eliminated here from Team Pakistan. They've won 2 in a row, man, and they might go for 3 here.
Might as well get a hat-trick. Group stage, no chicken, no problem. And now they won all the chicken that they can get, and they are giving it a hard time for all the teams out there as well, who's fighting for the slots, which they already confirmed to have for Team Pakistan. But back to its Team Saudi Arabia, Prestige. Now, Team Brunei, I don't know how, but they managed to do so without any covers. Unfortunately, the moment I praised them, that's the moment they got eliminated as well. So I will stop compliment about these teams. But on the side of T24 OP, why is there nobody trying to take him down on the rooftop? He's been overzealous for quite some time up there, but it seems like nobody's touching him from afar.
Yeah, this man knows where exactly the final teams are kind of camping out. And he doesn't have to worry about his back. Here we go, long-range fight here from IQ, trying to take it down Zeus, who has made his way in toward the water. And there it is, Team Vietnam eliminated. They did manage to pick up 3 eliminations that will help them gain a couple of more points as well. And Saudi Arabia did get eliminated as well. That is unfortunate here. So it's just Nepal, Indonesia, alongside Pakistan. One of the players out. There we go, T240 OP did end up getting taken down. So
I don't think any of his teammates want to go and save him. I'm like, you just do your thing, man. Just revive yourself or something.
Yeah, he did stay on that roof for a little bit too long, you know?
Well, he chose that option, so he has to deal with it. But instead of Team Indonesia, this might be their chance to actually push the numbers up, because they are very close to take that 2nd place. I guess Team Pakistan right now, it's safe to say that I think they just try to get triple chicken right now at this current time.
Insane.
Yeah.
In the Asian Games qualifier, it's just something else here. You've got the nation on your back supporting you throughout your journey, and to get 3 in a row is just going to be miraculous.
And FaZe, I'm gonna take it back. Like I asked about to its contra before. I asked him whether this is just about the circle, because it keeps repeating itself. So that's why we have the same team to get those chickens. But in this case, Team Pakistan, they scored another chicken with this very weird circle. I mean, it's just all that, man. Exactly.
They are just hot. They're just hot. I mean, like they said during the interview, mindset has to be they're consistent, and their mindset is just on form. They're confident, and they are just looking for more. But as we glaze them, of course, Jeremy does get the knock there on towards Falak. Oh man, we gotta stop complimenting these guys.
But it's IQ. You got 200. I mean, maybe that's going to be the best case scenario for all the other players out there. The only way for them to take down Team Pakistan right now is us complimenting them or praising them too much. The only way to go against them, because look at the difference of the points. This is more than a map. I think it probably takes them 3 maps to start to overtake Pakistan, which we have not enough for the day. But the side of Rosemary, aka Jeremy, now Rosemary tried to force the fight against Team Pakistan, but I'm not sure if Team Nepal want to focus on Team Pakistan or Team Indonesia right now.
I mean, they're playing it smart. They know they're only 2 points away from that top spot, that top 8 position. If they stay alive and gain 6 points, that will definitely slingshot them up to a total of 20 points. That's going to be great here for them. They'll secure top 8. And right now, Indonesia is kind of taken over. They do manage to find one more player here from the side of Pakistan. They thin down the numbers, and it's up to Pakistan now to kind of get as many points as they can before they get eliminated here from Team Indonesia. But oh, IQ says otherwise. IQ takes down Pratama and gains 10 eliminations here for the side of Team Pakistan. Jeremy Doe does take down T24 OP. And I think that just leaves Pakistan down to one member. It's IQ.
Oh, it's big brain IQ time. Let's go. IQ have been clutching a lot, quite a number here today. He got himself the most eliminations across the board as well. But Delta! What a swing! And at the same time, they got charged by Rosemary, who stopped to take the lead here as well. Nepal versus Team Indonesia. And you can actually count when it comes to Rosemary versus Falak. I love that contention between these two top players, but we've loved to see them more, of course, in next map Mirama. But when it comes to Indonesia versus Nepal, now this is the only time we finally get to see Nepal coming back into this tournament here today. Since yesterday, I mean, they were on the roll yesterday and they were super quiet until now for Nepal. It feels like they still have a shot getting the top 8 if they can score this chicken dinner.
Oh, 100%. And the fact that Team Indonesia doesn't have the full squad, you know, there's only 3 of them. There's definitely a chance here for the Team Nepal. They've got the nades, they've got the utilities, a decent amount of ammunition. But oh, Delta finds himself in the open, but he does take down Jeremy. That's going to be a good start here. They should be able to pick up Jeremy, but Master Zerdy looking for more, looking for one more to at least even out the numbers, to turn this into a 1 versus 1. Zilhak does hear the steps, does find this information on where exactly Master Zerdy is hanging out. Can Master Zerdy clutch this out? It's a 1-on-2. He knows for a fact. He wants to get at least the points there to take down Jeremy, to get at least 1 elimination point, and yes, they secure it.
At least they have information right now for Team Indonesia. There's going to be Snape and Haikal left here. But where is Zordi? But Haikal, lucky they didn't toss with each other. It's their own teammate. If they got scammy, I might do that. There's going to be Yummy or Zilhak, Haikal. Between Haikal and also Zilhak versus Zordi. Yummy and Snape versus Zordi. You have to believe, Zordi said, he might actually manage to clutch this one out, but he needs to find
parkour.
one first.
He has the advantage on top of the roof here. If he's able to find... Oh, I think Master Zerdy did spot this out. He's trying to get the nades towards the top of the roof as well. Yeah, he's just stuck in that corner now. It's going to be tough here for him, especially with the position that Haikal has. So much advantage. He has the views, he has the perspective to help him as well. Nade comes in.
Perfect nade! Timing.
Does a little bit of damage there, and there we go. Just a complete shutdown as Indonesia secure match number 4 and secure 10 eliminations to push them further up here in the leaderboard.
For Indonesia, this is their first chicken dinner throughout the entirety of the tournament here today. I mean, unless if I missed the day 1 ROM, of course. This is their first chicken, and this definitely will push themselves solidify into the top 8 between them and Nepal. Pretty much the teams that's not in the top 4 here right now, sharing the same fate here. So everything still can change when it comes to the Mirama map coming up soon. But we do have our MVP this time, Pratama, aka Zeta. If you guys know the player, then you know. But the damage compared to the eliminations, I don't know, I feel like there's plenty of teams, including Team Pakistan just now, that got themselves quite a number of eliminations. So when it comes to the points later on, I think Team Pakistan, despite they didn't get their hat-trick as a flashy way to end the Erangel run, but they still managed to get a flashy amount of eliminations. And I mean, who can stop them at this point? Why? Nobody willing to challenge Team Pakistan off the bat in stage 1. Would you do it though if you're playing FaZe?
Oh, if I'm playing and I see Team Pakistan on a roll like that, I just do not want anything to do with them. I will let them do their thing. Maybe I'll follow them from afar, see whether there's a chance for me to kind of third party, you know. I don't know. It's the
You'll be a
they are
stalker.
on a roll. I'll be a stalker. I'll look from far, maybe take some poke shots here and there. But for now, they are just looking a little bit too strong here. But Indonesia did win out this previous match. They're just insane. In amount of utilities, they're 13 nades, 13 smokes, Molotov. It's so much assistance in terms of utility. Kingdom Saudi Arabia as well with 20 smokes. They were. I think they knew that the circle, the zone, was going to be a bit of a weird position, a bit of a weird spot. Not a lot of compounds there, so that's where they stack up the smokes to kind of stay alive.
I think they were trying to force the position where Team Brunei was taking. We saw Chiwi around the beach area just now, around the coastline, right? They were forcing their way towards that side, which was not a bad option because it's actually quite a good spot in that kind of circle. But the problem is where the circle pulled back towards the mainland, that's kind of difficult for them to get out from where they were before in an open space. So it's a flat plane. It's pretty much easy for the teams like. You saw how Pakistan actually got himself those high grounds on top of rooftop for that reason only.
They were just able to kind of shoot down from long range, get at least a couple of damage done, get some knocks, get some eliminations for free. I think total from the side of Team Pakistan, maybe 9 or 10 eliminations there to help boost their standings. But right now, current ranking number 2 here, 25 total eliminations, being Indonesia towards the left side of the screen. And on the right side, Team Nepal, they did manage to push themselves up to number 6 here with 14 total eliminations, and they're finally looking like warmed up and ready here for the rest of the last 2 matches on Miramar after this.
But when it comes to the points, this is where all things will tally up for the teams that want to get themselves at the top 8. But we do have 2 teams getting themselves 10 eliminations. Surprisingly, I mean, Indonesia, we don't see them too much across our screen just now, but they've got plenty of the eliminations and scored themselves 20 points of total. While Team Pakistan, I mean, they did score chicken, but they have to have something that chicken worth, you know, including the elimination still going to be worth of 1 chicken dinner anyways. This gives so much trouble for the other teams. This is the issue that I'm talking about for the other teams down there. If they really want to get into the top 8, like it or not, they have to face Team Pakistan early on, because we haven't seen anybody try to challenge Team Pakistan in their comfort drop spot yet. The only way to take them out is probably taking them during that looting phase, because the moment they stop to move, it's so difficult to wrap them around because the way they position themselves is just not trappable.
Yeah, they're confident, they're ready to go, and they are just on a rampage right now. It's going to be tough. If any team can take them out, I think it's definitely going to be either Team Indonesia or Team Nepal, because they're starting to look a lot more stronger here as we head to map number 5. This is the current overall rankings. Team Pakistan on top with 66 total points, kind of slowly separating from the rest of the group. Got Indonesia second place, third place there for Vietnam, 42 and 35 points. But down below, it's what the important part here. It's a 7 and 8, 9 and 10, 11 as well. It's very, very close here.
Everybody
Anyone can take top 8 basically right now. It's so close.
I would worry for Uzbekistan. If you look at their progress here today, they start to slow down with their point progress. And that's not a good sign at all when it comes to moving into the different map entirely. And if they keep this momentum right now, which they happen to be at the plateau, they might get catch up by the other teams that easily get pushed down due to how small the margin from number 4 downwards to its 12th place.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance. You know, they won that chicken dinner in that first map. They got 9 eliminations. But right now, they've kind of got to lock in. They need to avoid anyone else kind of taking over. But for now, we'll see what these 2 teams talk about during the break. We're going to go for a quick one, so make sure you refill your waters, go head to the toilet. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back from the break, as we only have 2 more maps remaining to be played out here in the final stage in the Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version 2026. FaZe, I mean, you were basically having a blast casting the past 2 matches, and we witnessed Indonesia claiming their first victory here in the finals. So that definitely secures themselves a spot, but I think for the rest of the pack, it is still looking very hairy of a situation, because right at this moment, we don't know who will make it into the top 8.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just looking at the overall standings currently, from the difference between 5th place and it's what 8th place is about 8 points. I think any of these teams kind of is able to get the upper hand. Right now, Uzbekistan is 3rd or 4th, if I'm not mistaken, in the overall standings, and I think if I were them, I would be pretty much worried as well, because I think if within these next 2 games, it's a whole different map, it's a whole different kind of ball game here. There will definitely be teams that will catch up, because Nepal, they did go on a pretty insane rampage that definitely helped them secure, I think, at least a top 6 finish here so far. But still, it's looking very, 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 very dicey, and I think it's anybody's game. I think Pakistan, Vietnam, you know, I think they have secured themselves secured a pretty decent spot in the qualifiers. But the rest of the squads, they've got to put on their running shoes and start going for a bit of a jog here, because it's going to be difficult.
Indeed, it will be, as we dive into the penultimate round of our finals here in the 2026 Asian Games Qualifiers. The golden ticket awaits them on stage. Of course, only the best 8 will meet up with the rest at the main event happening in Aichi, Nagoya, Japan. Everybody will definitely love to have a trip right there, including the spectators as well. You guys can definitely plan up ahead, since it's about 3 months away before we have the main event happening. But to kick things off here, we start off from the corners of prison to hit into the edges of truck stop. Very interesting flight that is still skewered towards the southern side, which means the access into Kroberia, Victoria Ahumada, or even Campo Militar is going to be off bounds. But more often than not, teams would still love to stay somewhere closer to the center.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, if you're in the center of the map, you kind of have a short drive basically to wherever the zone kind of pops up. I think it was on the first day we saw the first map of Miramar being played. The zone, the first stage actually kind of made its way towards the southeast side of the map, towards Impala. Half of it was kind of water, so we'll see whether or not we get a weird circle like that again. But for now, pretty spread out here throughout the map. Malaysia just neighboring Vietnam right now, so we're expecting some early fights here. But oh, look at this first circle. Pretty much a complete opposite here, centering towards San Martin and Power Grid.
Yeah, and more often than not, if the trajectory of the flight was a little bit more generous, then this would be such a neutral state. But it does allow the first dips of, Hong Kong, China, or even Pakistan to have a say in gatekeeping teams who move in from the southern side. Over onto the stats, though, we've seen the highest damage numbers coming in from the entire squad of Pakistan. Of course, Falak is one of the kings out there to have been able to secure many of these eliminations with not only his aim, but also with those grenades as well. And we're seeing Nepal on the mark, trying to take Brunei off of those parachutes. Now you can see how feisty they are. And of course, they've already been amped up from that previous round where they finally get a little bit more of that reprieve, sending Nepal into 22 points. Of course, that gives them a slight safety net, but maybe not for too long, which is why they need to do so much more. You can say the same about the teams right now at the bottom four. Brunei needs to play safe, and at the same time, they need to also make haste to chase up the rest of the party.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're down, but they're not out just yet. They just need one or two. Well, you've only got 2 maps left here. You gotta have 2 great games, 2 great maps to kind of be consistent and get a decent amount of points. Maybe 10 points here, another 15 on the next map. There's definitely a chance here for you to catch up in towards the top 8. It's a little bit more forgiving here rather than the group stage. Only the top 6 survive, but this is the top 8 for the finals day. But the top 8 from the best of these teams that have joined this qualifiers. Oh, already do see a knockdown coming in. I think Brunei actually just lost a member, unfortunately, there from the side of Nepal, just doing damage from long range. Lath as well sees that he is kind of being stalked. He is being hunted from the Indonesian squad. He has given away his position as well, so he's definitely going to want to make get his booty out of there.
Indeed, and overall, I think like it seems like those teams who are currently stuck at the lower rung of the ladder has been a little bit more on the conservative side. So far, it's only been 2 elimination points for the past couple of games for Team Malaysia, and Brunei have always opted to stay clear from danger for most part, always played a safe route to hug over onto the best locations of the map in order to get rewarded with maybe the zone or even more ranking points. But they really gotta amp their prowess in terms of taking trades. And we last saw those members coming in from Nepal. They got the rest of Brunei on site, which is why they immediately lock onto their target, taking that 1-pointer out there. Today, I am very pleasantly surprised with the Jordanians, where they've been able to really get some really healthy numbers round after round, where they're not too aggressive on their stance, and at the very same time has been able to really squeeze in some significant points throughout. So that really puts Myanmar in a pickle, though. Tied with Thailand right now, 17 points. Hardly anything segregating them, and Thailand definitely seen better days for them back in the group stages. You could definitely say the same about Myanmar, as they were definitely one of the front runners coming in from Group B. So lots of work to be done. And Saudi Arabia is just 1 point shy. And it will be quite a sad story for these teams to end up in the tie and then go down to the tiebreakers. And it's a lot of calculation to do, my friend. So we don't want to even end up with those kind of scenarios.
Yeah, I think all 12 of these teams, honestly, they deserve to be in that in the Asian Games, the main event. But you know, it's the name of the game. Somebody has to go home. Not everyone can make it there, and that's why it's such a prestigious event. And for PUBG Mobile being one of the first battle royales here for the Asian Games, it is just impressive. So make sure you guys, viewers at home, are supporting your fellow countrymen, supporting your region, and uniting as one to just push them towards that finish line. So one day, you never know, you might just be imagining it, but it could be real. You could find yourself in the same spot as them.
That's right. It is only going to happen in once every 4 years. So you guys got a couple of years to prepare from now till then. You know, even if you're not a pro player now, if you start today, you're already ahead of many who would never ever tried. So, of course, imagine the possibilities and work towards it. And, of course, that goal might just see you be the pride of your home nation. And, of course, I do believe that, you know, we had some conversations about, you know, back in the past Asian Games as well. Some of the teams who have gotten into the top step of the podium walked away with either gold, bronze, or silver, usually would be also getting, you know, sometimes sponsorship from companies in their own region, or maybe a governmental support as well. There's just so many things that comes along with that prestige, of course, because they've done the country proud as well as the region proud. And now Pakistan, they've definitely got that momentum, like Chuchu said, from the PMGO, where they hail as champions. And that spirit has never left. We saw in the interview, they were feeling really good about their chances. And overall, I feel like a lot of teams can take them as a prime example. Play without any form of a fear, and you basically stick to your usual play style, where you're they're basically champions of their own region by their own right. So they gotta start acting like one.
Oh yeah, T24 OP did spot out Haikal, and Haikal is shooting back. Actually, a couple of members here from the innate Asian squad kind of lurking and making their way towards the top of these mountains of San Martin. They've got to be very, very careful because a mini 14 in the hands of Haikal could be very, very dangerous. But T24 is known to hit some disgusting long-range shots as well. A little bit of action here, a little bit of pop shots to kind of force them whether or not they want to start a fight. But for now, Pakistan, the rest of the team kind of just taking it pretty slowly as they're lurking and spotting out Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here. IQ7, oh, he does get taken down. He gets the down, but can he get the elimination? And yes, he does. Finishes him off, and they secure one elimination point. And while all that was happening, look at this circle.
Oh boy, it's going into the hillside of the power grid terrain. So whoever's inside of Picado, they just really have to scale up eventually. Meanwhile, there's a lot of gatekeeping to be done from the side of Pakistan, which you saw Falak. He never misses. He was absolutely having the best control on that spray, and he's still revered as the best eliminator here in the entire tournament at this moment. Going to add more to the tally, as we're also seeing whether or not can the rest of Indonesia as well as Vietnam maybe catch up to that kind of tempo. But I think that they're happy enough to be able to qualify. They just have to maintain the order. As for the rest of Pakistan, there's no rest for the wicked. And it seems like there is Huzaifa on the lookout, and he spots the entirety of the region of Hong Kong, China. This is going to be a very scary predicament, and he is looking to open a couple of tabs, but he holds back. He wants to wait for the right call. And take a look at the mini-map. It's a beeline of Pakistani members just waiting out to strike.
Yeah, they've got the east side covered, and right now, Huzaifa is doing a pretty good job of kind of keeping them contained. He's just watching and giving as much information as he can. If someone peeks up a little bit too early, Huzaifa will definitely find one or two picks, especially with those nades from downtown. There we go. He's given away his position, and now Hong Kong, China, they've got so many different angles to watch out for. Their backs, their fronts, and, well, the rest of Pakistan kind of on the prowl right now.
If T24 gets a good crack of this nade, then this will just open the floodgates, and Huzaifa is ready to also chime in. The thing about this hole is that they do have a very strong stance to just wait out. They don't really have to have any drastic measures to be done for the moment. So they'll be on the lookout, but take a look at this. A really deep flank. And this is looking real dire with more and more of the nades. Now, popped through those window panes, and this is just going to be retaliation. Some damage being soaked from the side of 24 OP, as well as another member from the Pakistan side. But Huzaifa, he found it!
Oh, Kobe from the three-point line, just incredible. The arm of a god right now. He does find one knock. He tries to finish off the elimination to get the point, but no, it just does not work out. They are trying to get the pick here on towards him. Can he look for more? Huzaifa, getting a little bit too eager. He does manage to finish things off. It's just full-on fireworks here in this compound. Spotting out here. Got the pump action here in his hands. It is just a full chaotic round for the side of both these two teams. Finding whether or not they can find a frag. And oh my goodness, Zero actually did manage to down one of his own teammates somehow, some way. And Pakistan make it out on top in the skirmish.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate. They ran out of space, and the moment that fire was spread out over onto the course of this tiny little compound, there's just nowhere to run, so that the members of Hong Kong, China was just basically in flames to their own doing, and they absolutely got choked out of the space. Team Pakistan just knows how to zero in on their targets, and they're never, ever going to let them off the hook. Just like that, they gain 5 points, and the battle now continues. Jordan versus the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The teams hailing from the MENA region are absolutely familiar with one another, but the Jordanian side does have the elevated grounds from the church. It does seem like Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they don't really have to go in for the challenge because this spot itself is good for them to hold out. It's still stage 3. They don't really have to overcommit because perhaps there's a good chance that by stage 4, that zone might just reappear over on the corner of Graveyard. But there's still more parties scaling up the hillside with the presence now being shown from the side of Myanmar. And IQ, I'm not quite sure whether if he does know that the Myanmar members are just trailing right behind them.
Yeah, Pakistan is a pretty strong position. It's got a lot of high ground, a lot of information on where these teams are playing. Similar to Murnet here from the side of Myanmar, but he's got to be very careful because a couple of IQ is just around the corner. I'm not sure whether or not they can see each other from this position, but okay, IQ does spot him out. Oh, just barely surviving there from Murnet. Stays alive, and he has the information on where IQ is. So the rest of the squad might be coming in to assist, or Murnet has to fall back.
The way that he reacted was as if he has another set of eyes. So quick, man. Like, he just basically snapped directly over onto the Burmese player. And now it's going to be the rest of Team Brunei, though. I'm glad that they've only had that one loss in that early game where Nepal did manage to get the upper hand. But they have remained intact as a squad of 3. And they do have the entire city of Patkato to themselves. Over up north is where Nepal's going to hold up. Meanwhile, take a look at Team Malaysia. They're also coming by the rim of the zone into the Graveyard, where they are bound to meet up with either Saudi Arabia or even Jordan in particular. And even if they swing over on the south side of the hills, there's Uzbekistan just waiting by the corner. So this is going to be a great call coming from both Jordan as well as Saudi Arabia as they stay put. But that also means that Pakistan, they're going to lose a little bit of that space. They got to reconvene because they've spread out a little bit too far wide. And take a look at the rest of Myanmar. They're on the opposite side. And this is going to be a big call to see whether if Myanmar can just cut through safely.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. They're definitely going to have to have a bit of an engagement against Pakistan here. Right now, they're trying to scale the mountains. It's just not working out here for the man in the buggy there. But the rest of the squad will move out. Say Cloud now does manage to regain control of his buggy, and they should be able to kind of just stick together as a squad. Pakistan, though, still kind of, they should be hearing and having all this information, and I think Myanmar just does not want to fight them at all. Gotta take it slow here. But whoever has the control of that ridge is definitely going to win out. And oh, hold on a second. A big fight is going to be coming out here. Indonesia against the likes of Nepal. Who will win this one out?
It's going to be Jeremy that opens up the firing range, and it does seem like that spray fully connects. Meanwhile, Leif is the one that actually capitalized by stealing that point away, taking out TMG8. Meanwhile, more bombardments happening over on the corner. Master Zordi now on the drive-by, trying to deal with the 1v1 situation. Big nades now sent to the top side. Pratama randomly spraying through the smokes. He sees nothing at all. Meanwhile, Schweppes from the other side of the angle, Thailand gets involved, and that's one member knocked down from the side of Indonesia.
You gotta get your team member to safety here to see whether or not you can keep your players healthy. This is a difficult spot because you're on top of the hill. A lot of teams do have sights on you, and I think if I were Pratama, I would not want to keep looking. A couple of shots from long range can definitely take you out. Pakistan did find one more as well, so they are slowly kind of gaining these numbers. Turney K, though, hold on a second, does down T24OP. That's going to be a little bit of a thorn in their foot here, but Pakistan already 6 eliminations. They've got a total of 72 points. I mean, these guys are sitting very, very comfortably here. They're here to kind of make a statement at this point.
They really are. And I like the fact that Thailand, they did manage to get a couple of all these good knocks from long range. They tack onto Indonesia. They also tack onto Pakistan. Basically, they are daring enough to challenge the current top 2 of the pack. Just goes to show that they still have that grit and determination to push through. They don't want to sit still at 17 points. Meanwhile, while all of that was happening throughout the commotion, we saw one member of Myanmar got nabbed from the side of Team Pakistan. That's where they earned their 6th point. And Vietnam, take a look at this lookout point held by Bose. And that is the entirety of Brunei right underneath his nose. And as much as he wants to go for a trade, it's a little too risky, perhaps. So he's got to wait for that perfect moment. Zeus, though, driving by those members of Team Myanmar, and he's going to look for some area of play. Is this going to be worthwhile, though? Zeus playing with fire, though. Meanwhile, Brunei, they cannot afford to wait too long. They have one member being knocked down, and this is where it is going to be a dire situation for the Bruneians to try to hold out up against Vietnam.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, you can see the SWAT team is coming in already. They set up their vans for cover. They take down Shaco. Can they continue this barrage? Cooking up the nades and looking for the damage. Oh, Say Cloud, though, from a long range, does manage to secure the elimination on one of the Bruneian players. Chewy is down, and they want more. Zeus, they are just surrounded in a crater. And oh, man. They have been eliminated. Brunei down and out here for the count. Not being able to get any points in terms of placement or eliminations.
It's sad news for Hong Kong, China, as well as Brunei, taken out without any points in this round itself, which means on the very final matchup, they need to look for a chicken dinner, or else their run will be over here in the finals without the tickets in hand. Meanwhile, Pakistan, overlooking the entirety of Team Thailand. They're safe for the moment inside the compounds, segregated into 3 different areas for the meantime. But Huzaifa, he's looking for a very cheeky flank angle, though. They definitely don't want to make too much noise for now, because on the opposite side of the hill, you still have other teams to deal with. So Pakistan, they also galloped their way through. They saved themselves the horse as another added member for them to journey into this really rough course. Meanwhile, Marv is going to look for some good vantage point all the way up towards this monastery, as Schweppes gets attacked over onto a familiar rival that they face up. And where did the nade come from?
The nade from Lath. No, he was actually inside of that tower. He hit a nice nade, bounced it off the wall, and just was able to completely knock Marth. 0 to 100 is just incredible. The rest of Team Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I'm sure they're going to be caught off guard here with that frag, because they just did not expect such a beautiful throw from the side of Lath. Clever coming in, trying to secure that kill. Yes, there is. The elimination is down. And that's an extra point here in the hands of Jordan, trying to stay afloat here in the top 8.
The trajectory was just sublime, and he did manage to also secure that elimination point. Speaking of securing points here, Wynn's going to add another one for Vietnam. I'm pretty sure that this will confirm it for them with 38 points already being gained. Perhaps they're also looking to seek out Team Indonesia later on to gain back their number 2 spot. Now, we're going to get a quick update into the next shift of the zone. Team Malaysia so far staying silent for the entire duration of this matchup, which definitely has been their name of the game for the entire course of the evening. The zone now shifts, and it now favors Myanmar, Indonesia, while Pakistan is piling the pressure onto the Thai squad, holding indoors, and they're blindsided by the smoke. Here comes Huzaifa cooking up a big nade, and that is being retaliated from Schweppes. He's holding on, but he's also soaking the brunt of the damage.
This is the 8th spot here for Team Thailand, so they have to survive this onslaught, this brutality here from Team Pakistan. They did manage to find a down on towards one of the players here. IQ very, very low, so these nades are hitting their marks. Can he make one more bit of damage there? And yes, he does down IQ as well. They secure the kills, the eliminations, and Pakistan is down and out for the count. Thailand secure more points here to push themselves to the 7th rank overall.
They've done just about enough numbers. 6 points being gained in this round to survive themselves into 72 points. Meanwhile, right underneath, somehow he goes unspotted.
Oh my goodness.
Zeus did not check his back, and this might be costly, but he's going to allow Zeus to play out over the top side of the hill. And perhaps this is just a smart play from Myanmar because they only have 2 members and somehow they're still training back, but it's against Thailand instead. Say Cloud, he remains elusive, keeping his eyes peeled out. And I'm just pretty sure that he's praying that he does not get spotted for the entire duration while 2 members gets knocked out from Vietnam.
Oh my goodness, Uzbekistan, they've been quiet for the past couple of games. They did manage to win the chicken dinner in the first one, and they are looking for more. Securing another 2 points, that's going to assist them to have a pretty comfortable spot here at the 4th place position. But he has to make it out alive. He is getting shot here from the rest of the Vietnamese squad. Oh my goodness, he will get taken out by Haikal. While all this is happening, hold on a second. Malaysia and Jordan have found themselves in a little bit of a skirmish, and finally some signs of life here coming out from the Malaysian squad, picking up 3 eliminations to take down the Jordanian squad. But okay, there it is, 4 in total now. That is just 5 elims.
And that is going to really add into the tally where they now have a very firm chance to also look for an opportunity to overtake Myanmar at 18 points. They've only got 1 member left. So long as Team Malaysia survives this ordeal into the late game, then they should be able to get enough ranking points to surpass. We'll have to see about that. Meanwhile, Vietnam, were left with 2 more. And last we saw, Saycloud was hiding in between the wings. I believe he's been taken out already. Meanwhile, Zeus now goes in for the trade out. Mormon decides it's not going to be a safe spot for him to hide out. So he's going to retreat and allow Tourniquet to try to form a hole. Those nades will not connect, unfortunately. Meanwhile, ample space up the hillside. Thailand really has to scale up the hill in order to find a little bit more room. Romeo, he is going to be inside the zone, but he might draw the attention from both Thailand as well as Vietnam. All hope lies onto Romeo. We'll see where they can hold out. Whereas Malaysia now on the northern portion of the map, and they need to find a way against Team Nepal.
There's definitely a chance here for Malaysia to slingshot themselves up to the top 8 positions. The only difference is 3 points that separate them. But nonetheless, they are one of the only 2 squads that have 4 members alive here. And right now, Nepal trying to reposition themselves. Oh no, they've started to skirmish. The nades are being thrown out. There's only 2 players here, Delta and Zeke. And they just do not want anything to do with this squad at all. They've got to make their way out of there and try to survive, get those placements points. But Malaysia looking a lot more confident. They want those points. They need. It's dire. They're in a tough spot. This is the second last map here of this qualifiers. They got to do whatever it takes.
They really have to, and the rest of Indonesia on the prowl as they do control a vast majority of the zone, which is why they extended the wings in order to try to stash a few points up against Malaysia. Pertama from the hillside. Oh, that was looking very, very dicey for Vexcry. Thankfully, he does have those walls for cover for the meantime. Meanwhile, Nate's now cooked up from the side of Shamil. Both Nepal as well as Indonesia working hand in hand to try to take each other out, but it is going to be a full swing from Shamil's. Voki finds the mark up against Delta. Now it's only down to Zio. Zio, can he clutch it out? Apparently not. Malaysia now swings in with 7 points, looking for more up against Pratama over the top side as well. They're not going to allow them to stop anyone at all. Romeo now being caught up from January, and this is going to be quite the rush. And Romeo, he's got to move out because the Molotov will cook him out.
Big Molotov there. It does cook him out, but oh no, he's not going to be able to notice that. He's not going to be able to secure the frag at all. Oh no, he does eventually end up finding it. That's another point here for the side of Indonesia, sitting comfortably here on second, and they are just throwing nades from the top rope. Oh man, Keem is down. Just when Malaysia were trying to find something in this game, they get shut down by their neighbors, Indonesia. Zilhak still looking for more, throwing down the smokes to trying to get close, to trying to be able to close the gap here between these 2 squads. But he is by himself. He's got to be very, very careful.
He's got no helmet
in it. He's completely low. Shot to the head can take him out here. And he does. Haikal does get taken out. Not Silhak though. He's still alive and kicking. Can this make a team? Can Malaysia slingshot themselves here to the top? So far doing well, but they are surrounded here by the Indonesian squad.
Indonesia does not really have to full commit up against Malaysia. They still have plenty of that space inside the zone. Take a look at Jeremy. He's also coming in from the south side, trying to choke out Team Thailand at the very same time. Mormon now goes in for a trade, finds Silhawk. A perfect tag that sends him out. Meanwhile, Voki, he's causing some chaos with that drive-by. And now the entirety of Indonesia have compromised their position. All that intelligence gained, but that nade was beautiful from High Call. And that will be the end for Malaysia here in this penultimate round, but that is 5 points out of nowhere.
All they had to do was stay alive, and out of all the teams they end up facing, it was Indonesia, the winners of the previous match. So you can tell the momentum is on their side. They are feeling it. Jeremy's just running across the fields, finding these opening eliminations, and there it is. Oh my goodness, in a blink of an eye, Indonesia, 2 in a row. Winner, chicken dinner here for them.
It's back-to-back wins for the Garudas of Indonesia as the all-star roster going from Boyne Esports, Alter Ego, and Boom Esports rally together to bring another victory to stamp their mark. And it is certainly guaranteed from this point out as Indonesia should be playing in Aichi, Nagoya in the 20th Asian Games.
Wow, just wow. That's 2 teams already picking up 2 chicken dinners in a row. First, Pakistan. Second, Indonesia. And look at them go. They are confident. They are filled with tickets just behind them, and they know that they've got one hand on it, looking to secure and make sure that they're able to pick it up with both hands later on here tonight. Those are the match winners. Just incredible performance here for them. They've been pretty quiet, during the first couple of matches. And when the crunch time is when it's critical, they just come out strong.
Indeed, they did. And of course, they found that momentum. They found that first victory. And once they had a taste of that chicken dinner, they remembered who they are, as they have been champions of the Sea region for multiple times. And they are finally showing the entire world what they are made of. So that's it. Of course, there's only one chicken dinner remaining for anyone who does, of course, prevail to the test that's been put up against them here in Ho Chi Minh City. And we see tight spacing between some of the teams from the middle of the pack all the way down onto that 12th spot. So these were the teams to watch back in our Miramar round, where Indonesia triumphed with great use of utility. That's 14 total smokes, and they were dividing, conquering all sectors of the map to deny Thailand, Malaysia, or even Myanmar from getting close to that victory.
Yeah, there was a dream there. We saw the dream coming in from the Malaysians. They were doing very well. 5 eliminations, looking to kind of heat up throughout the rest of the map, but getting into that 4-on-6 situation. It was not just Team Nepal that were fighting, but it was also another 4 members from Indonesia that was kind of putting them down in a bit of a tough ordeal, which they were just not able to come back from. This is the current rankings here for Indonesia, number 2 right now. Thailand with that 6th spot, but total eliminations of 36. Indonesia is certainly heating up.
Indeed. And then this is also some vital points being gained from Team Thailand as well. You can see the similarities in the way that they've always enrolled themselves into those late game skirmishes. Of course, Indonesia have found more success in the past 2 rounds, whereas Thailand, they were met with a couple of retaliation wherever they rotate towards. So they were dealing with quite the amount of attention, which is where they only did manage to trade out with Myanmar in order to gain a couple more points. Other than that, I felt like Indonesia, they knew exactly what to do. Once they swing in from the south side, the entire sector has already been cleared up for them. So they basically went in for that divide and conquer strategy that has worked so well, so much so that it brings them a total of 21 points. And take a look at that. Hefty 12 points gained from the side of Malaysia, followed by Thailand with 10 and 8 for Vietnam.
That's exactly what Malaysia needed. They've been pretty quiet throughout the first basically the first half of this whole day, this whole final day, and finally they kind of get to step and find their ground here, find their footing in towards these qualifiers, and maybe they might get a little bit more confident and gain a little bit more points here to secure that top 8 position. But for now, I'm not exactly sure whether or not they've secured it for now. But if they haven't, it's definitely going to be very close. And the dream is still alive here for the Malaysian squad and for the viewers that sitting at home as well watching this. Just insane. Jordan, they were pretty close. I think it was 5th, 6th place. I'm not sure whether or not they have been dropped down yet. They're still on that 5th place position. And look at Myanmar and Malaysia. Just 1 point. When we're closing into the final game as well, it's anybody's game, man.
It was so important for Romeo to really bring back those ranking points because he was the only player surviving towards the tail end, and that was good enough to create this 1 point gap, and it might be the difference maker when it comes down to the very final game. Unfortunately for Hong Kong, China, as well as Brunei, they slide down the pecking order, and now they require a massive victory in order to seal themselves the fate of getting their hands onto those golden tickets. KSA, I think like there were a few moments where they really got themselves erupted with a couple of teams getting onto their tails as well. So rather unfortunate that they did not get too much of that room to play out on that graveyard area, because I thought they actually have just about enough wiggle room to get into the zone, but apparently not.
Yeah, unfortunately not. But yeah, this is gonna be the final break before we head into the final map here of the qualifiers. Remember, ladies and gents, a lot is on the line. Top 8 make their way to Aichi, Nagoya, Japan. We'll see how it is after this.
And we're down to the ultimate test, the final game to be played out here in the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version phase. It all boils down to this. It's go big or go home for the teams lying to make a mark in the 20th Asian Games happening in Aichi, Nagoya, Japan. Phase. It's 1 point away for Malaysia to tie it with Myanmar, but they need a little bit more. Even Team Nepal, who's holding on to that 7th spot, are looking a little bit shaky, so they got to do a lot better. And of course, it still is anyone's game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just looking at the point system, between the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th position, even the 8th, it's just very, very slim margins. It could be anyone's game at this point. I mean, Jordan sitting at 27 alongside Thailand on 6th place, Nepal 7th place there with 26 points, Myanmar with 23 points at 8th place, Malaysia down to 9 right now of a 1 point gap. This is the winners here. You can see them chilling and Krillin here in the 2nd place position. Jeremy, Haikal, Silhak alongside Pratama, just incredible display of strength here. The superstar squad making their way in towards this qualifiers, and one of the teams that a lot of people really had high hopes for, and they are definitely showing it here with 2 chicken dinners in a row.
That's right. And I'm loving for the fact that we see a huge step up coming in from Jeremy as well as Haikal in that previous round in order to bring 4 points apiece. And that really adds so much to the tally that it ensures that safety net now for Indonesia to have already gained their tickets to Japan. So that's great news. And of course, on the other side, it is going to be wrong finally being subbed in as they are taking Riff back into the equation because he got subbed up from game 2 today. And now perhaps that's the fresh pair of hands that's required to bring home a victory for Brunei Darussalam. 20 seconds left on the clock. And this is where we witness history in the making. Once again, we'll see only the best will prevail. The tickets are right before their eyes in the middle of the stage for them to secure, if only they have enough point margins to make it true in this final test of Miramar.
Go big or go home here for these squads. Do you have what it takes? That is the question. The substitute here for the Brunei squad, I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough, but they're going to need a big game, and they're going to need to hope that Myanmar or Nepal or Thailand or Jordan get taken up early so that they can rack up the points instead. Flat line here, bottom right corner towards the top left corner here of the map. That's going to be a pretty even spread here for everybody. They should be able to kind of head to their most comfortable positions, their most comfortable spots to loot up and get ready for a battle.
Yeah, it's also interesting changes being brought into play where Team Malaysia, they decided to go into the port of Puerto Paraiso and take a look at who the surroundings. There's always going to be Vietnam holding on to Los Leones, where they always stash up big loot. And Uzbekistan could also look to gatekeep if it's going to move elsewhere other than having the circle over onto the southern terrains. Now, of course, we're still waiting for the first phase to appear to get a good notion of how this one will be played out. As for the rest of the party, it does seem like it is going to be pretty much of a neutral state if they were to be in the center of the map. Pakistan as well as Thailand around Picado. And I'm thinking they might actually go in for those early skirmishes. It's going to be Nepal striking down the back-to-back winners of that chicken dinner. Indonesia loses a member.
Very crucial points here for the side of Nepal. They're at 7th place with 26 points overall, securing, 1 or 2 points will be the difference maker. And so far, they've pushed themselves up to 27 points with that elimination. So big pick there from Delta. I think the viewers at home will definitely be happy with that.
Yeah, certainly the case. And because of Delta's pursuit, they will be able to rack up just about enough points at the moment to tie in with Thailand as well as Jordan at 27. So still, when we take a look at the list of names out there, I think that it's safe to say whoever's in the top 5, or should I say top 4, is going to be feeling rather grateful to be in that stance right now. As for 8th place all the way down to 12, the possibilities are endless. Whoever slips up, they're going to have some big regrets, and it is going to be a night that they might wish to forget. I mean, overall, all 12 teams, they've shown us the great tenacity as well as some form of grit in order to really play out through the group stages. And I would say they've been victors in my heart at the very least. And it's been quite the long journey for them. They just want to end it on a high note. It's just the nature of competition where we're only getting some of the best to be representing their own region as well as country in the Asian Games. And now the zone starts to shrink up in about 25 seconds from now. Jordan, so far, they've been pretty much impeccable on their display of getting themselves some really good zones as well as having decent control. But as much as I glaze them, that's one being nabbed away from Indonesia because they're not stopping for anything at all.
That is just unlucky. This is it's tough here for Jordan because they can go from 5th to 8th in a blink of an eye. If Myanmar, Nepal, Thailand were to catch up in points, and even Malaysia as well, then there's definitely a chance here for them to not secure that top 8 finish. So they've got to make sure they lock in, and I think Jordan has to play the safe game at this point to make sure they survive and secure as much placement points as they can. It is so scary here for them to be for in any one of these 4 teams in the bottom 4 of that top 8. Oh my god, basically that 5th to 8th position is going to be so scary for them, and they've got to make sure that they do not lose any members early on. They got to make sure they survive until that last fight. Anyone can go home at this point. Yeah, definitely. And right now, Nepal just being spotted here. T24OP does have a bit of an idea here, getting a couple of pop shots on towards the Nepalese players. And I think at that point, they've got to kind of just take it a little bit slower, you know, knowing for a fact that they are up against the likes of Pakistan. They just do not want to deal with that squad at all because they've gained a total of 72 points. Oh man, this is just tough. I don't think anybody would want to go up against the likes of Pakistan. As soon as they see the names pop up or anything, they're like, nah, let's just head the other way and let's find a new spot. You can have that position there towards the top of that hill. Oh man, this circle. We'll see how this ends up here for the rest of the squad. It's pretty not. Oh, this is a massive change. Look at the circle. Look at how many different teams are in that area as well. You can see Malaysia slowly making their way towards the Myanmar squad. Jordan having a bit of a tough time outside of the zone. They will be hopefully surviving here. They just want to make sure they do not want to fight anybody at all. But in the meantime, Myanmar, gotta be careful. This is what we usually see. People kind of just using their vehicles to find the information. Get the rest of the squad to come up here with the rest of the vehicles so they can secure a compound. But in the meantime, I think things are going to get pretty dicey in the next 5 minutes. Just slowly but surely, everyone now compiling, seeing each other, getting information. This is very difficult here for the side of any of these teams. You know, the bottom of the scoreboard now, they've got to find something. Welcome back, Contra. How have you been going? Oh my goodness! As soon as you come back to action, it's just insane.
Well,
I'm finding a few.
I guess the action's been waiting for me. I do apologize for a little bit of technicalities happening. Meanwhile, Zeus so far doing a massive duty. Meanwhile, the rest of Indonesia storms right through up against the members of Uzbekistan. They did find one back though, as Zilhak now looks to trade out. 2 members remaining for the side of Uzbekistan. They're on that bus, but it does not give them too much of a cover. Ramses holding on for dear life right now. Easy for Bad Boys now, dropping big nades. Can it connect is the big question. It lobs a little wide, and there you have it. Easy for Bad Boys, gets another takedown. It's all down to Zilhak.
Uzbekistan, this is exactly what they needed. They need to farm these points. Brunei, in the meantime, did get eliminated. That's a heartbreaking loss here for them. And there's just no way for them to qualify here for Aichi Nagoya. Uzbekistan, though, still trying to keep the dream alive. Nepal just around the corner. Master Zerdi lurking, waiting for the rest of the squad to kind of show up. TMG8, oh, hold on a second. He wants to fight. Has really a little bit of assistance, but can he really find these points?
It's unfortunate that Jeremy is stuck in the middle of nowhere being knocked down. Meanwhile, Zordi takes his chances, now only down to Zilhak as he brings the fight close to Zayo. That will be the end of the run for Indonesia. They've done more than enough with 66 points. We'll get to see Indonesia still in the 20th Asian Games. But of course, they've been exemplary with those double chicken dinner, but their night will end much earlier as compared to the rest of the party. Now we take a look at the rest of the remaining teams. Uzbekistan by the edge of the zone, still finding it out, and it's gonna be Delta with the drop shot. Beautiful work from Nepal, and that's 3 hefty points. They gain the lead into 29.
Uzbekistan, total points of 31, and they are down and out for the count. We'll see whether or not they can stay here in the 4th place position, because Nepal looking like they're going to be going on a rampage soon enough. Can the rest of these squads catch up? I think Uzbekistan just has to fall back and just watch from afar as the destiny is no longer in their hands. It is in the hands of these players left on towards the server. Jordan playing it very smart though.
They did.
Ever since they lost that initial player early on, they've just been riding in the zone, waiting and just playing it as safe as possible to secure their placements points.
And of course, in the mix of all those rotations, Brunei also got caught out. Unfortunately, their night has ended with 0 points in this final round. So thank you very much to Brunei Darussalam. Uzbekistan, of course, have also gotten themselves 31 points, but the big question now remains, is 31 points enough? As we are seeing Nepal trailblazing their way in this final matchup. We also see improvements coming from Myanmar, bagging those 4 points, and it makes it so much harder for Team Malaysia. Despite securing 1 point, one of their members currently is on his knees right at this moment. He's already on the lookout, as the rest of Team Nepal, they're going to look for an entry point from the south. They should be able to get by, but they got to be very careful. There is wind from Team Vietnam holding over onto the sector, so the rest of his teammates should be around the vicinity as well. Refueling for the meantime, and you can see that they're fully boosted up with their utilities, and that should give them just about enough pacing to move around. And for the moment, a little bit of a standstill from across the map. No commotion whatsoever. They're waiting out for stage 4 to appear. That's where they need to plot their next move, and hopefully they come up unscathed.
Oh man, so much tension in the server right now. Everybody doing their best to gain as many points as they can. Is do or die here. And you can see Myanmar still very healthy, keeping 4 players alive. They've already gathered themselves 4 eliminations as well. But still, they need more. If Malaysia can very well catch up, if they were to find themselves at least a few more eliminations here. But so far, pretty spread out here. You can see Jordan. They've made their way in towards the zone, and they have stayed in towards this circle as well. But Nepal is hot on their heels. Got to be very, very careful.
This could be an opportunity for Team Malaysia to deny the entry for Team Nepal. And it seems like Tops have already scouted up in the head, and it will be Master Zordi getting pinned on the edge of the corner. And it does seem like that is just going to be a very clear sight for him to really nab that 1 point up against Nepal. And immediately you see Bose. He's not going to waste any time hanging out over on the south. He repositions over the north. And Huzaifa is waiting by the edge of the zone. Fact scoring now. Getting that tag over onto Nepal. Perhaps we see a double down coming from Malaysia. That's 2 points. Still need a few more to really race up against Team Myanmar.
Man, this is tough. Very, very tough. I don't think the players in the game can see how many points, how far they are, how far away they are here in terms of points, but they've just got to do the best that they can. We have the hindsight, and right now, Enjoy wants to crush their dreams here for the Malaysian party, trying to find any sort of knocks there on towards that team.
If they can take out Team... Oh, he's losing that buggy out of nowhere. Thankfully, it is still pretty much upright, so he can still utilize that buggy to try to cut across, but Shamil's already marking onto their location. So this is not good news for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And perhaps this is something that they could still overcome. They do get the shots perfectly connecting onto Kim. And now they try to trade right back. Shamil's now playing a very vital role to keep the rest of Malaysia standing in this matchup. And perhaps they might even consider cutting their losses, because this is too much of pressure for the rest of Malaysia to sit back. And Shamil gets picked off as well.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And he's no one nearby that can help him at all. So points are being secured. If Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can continue this rampage, then there's definitely a chance here for them to catch up. But they're going to need a big game here.
They definitely do. I mean, they've definitely had the wealth of experience back in the global rounds as they played in some of the renowned teams in the MENA region. Marv further confirms it. And that dream is starting to shatter for Malaysia, unfortunately. All hope lies on Voki. the veteran member of MEC, and now those nades are primed very close by. Vietnam scouts him out, and this is where Win Zeus is going on that push. Voki, does he have what it takes here to at least hold out? Does seem like the rest of Vietnam, they don't want to go into further commit because they have noticed that they are now getting the upper hand of the quadrant of the circle. And to take a look at this, on the other end, there's also Team Hong Kong, China, the North Point, Pakistan. On the northeastern corner of the map, they'll be having a very safe refuge. But the moment I say that, it's where Win appears to get that trade done. And it is clean as a whistle coming from Win.
You cannot count any of these Vietnamese players out at all. Close range fights, long range, it doesn't matter. They will just shred you down. And when they're on a roll here, when they are hunting you down, it is near impossible here for anybody to take them out. But if it's anyone who can, it's definitely going to be Team Pakistan. So we're currently sitting at the top spot here, top of the food chain with 72 total points. Nobody else wants to fight Pakistan, but it's only Vietnam who has the kahunas to do so. They're looking for more. Falak down to about 50 HP. He's got to hightail it. He's got to make his way out. And he just wants to survive.
I think it's a fair call coming from Team Pakistan. They definitely need a little bit more control of that space inside of the zone before they further commit up against Vietnam. But Vietnam knows that there's only very few areas that they could basically play out from because they're not cutting across the valley just yet. So Bose continues on with the pressure. Meanwhile, Delta up in the middle of nowhere, getting challenged from Zio. Oh, I mean, he's actually just holding out with his teammate. I mean, that challenge is actually coming in from Jordan themselves, who's currently side by side. There are members over the top of the hillside. They will secure that point up against Miracle. 4 points in this match alone. That brings them into 30. The POW safe and sound for the meantime. But for how long? Jordan, they have taken notice. And that nade is starting to cook perfectly towards the corner. And that will seal the deal. Unfortunately for Malaysia, their journey ends right here at 24 points. Elations for Team Myanmar, as right now they do have that 7-point lead against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as for the rest of Hong Kong, China to eventually chase up against.
Oh man, this is just unfortunate there for the side of Malaysia. They were just so close yet so far, but oh no, Clever gets taken down as well from the side of Jordan. Down to one man standing. Staying alive now, probably just... He is a bit further up in towards those hills, and I don't think he wants any part of this fight at all. I think Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, if they're able to secure more of these points, and there's definitely a chance here for them to catch up. 7 elimination points, maybe from some placements points, can definitely help them out. Marth here from long range, just poking towards the Myanmar squad. Just insane. And oh, hold on a second now. Turney K getting taken down here from the side of Pakistan. But the rest of the Thai team coming in hot and being able to actually secure the wipe here on that Myanmar squad. So they are down and out for the count.
Pressure is on as the Saudi Arabian side is also piling the pressure up against the Thai squad. Making it rain from above, and Prestige, he found that knock up against Turney K. Hold them over onto the lower ridge. Barely getting enough of that space though, but the problem is that zone shifts yet again. 30 seconds for them to get by, and Hong Kong, China, they need to start making an appearance as well, because the longer they wait, a lot of these points will be taken away. Joker now finds T24 OP, caught in the middle of the street, and that's going to be Mark now trading back and forth. Joker, how long can he hold on? Can he go in to salvage whatever that's left? Thailand left with only one in the form of Joker, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they're farming all these points. 23 right now, and Myanmar is already out of the game.
Hold on a second. There's a chance the dream is still alive here for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. 4 players still alive, 6 elimination points, and they are only 4 points away here from securing a top 8. Myanmar is down and out for the count. There's no... Oh my goodness. That is just a tough headshot there. Enjoy just instantly downed. should be able to get revived here, picked up from his teammate. But right now, Mark has just been the man to look at the top of his hill. 4x scope, M4 in the pocket. And he is just putting damage out here towards the rest of the server. Oh no, Team Pakistan, they drive into the wrong compound. The Vietnamese team say hello and take them out. And from downtown, Win closes out the Pakistani team.
They've
4 teams left.
They've done tremendous damage throughout the entire evening. 74 points is where they sit at the moment. Still topping the charts right now as they sit on top of that podium. Meanwhile, all eyes on Saudi Arabia as well as Hong Kong, China at the moment, trading back and forth up against Vietnam. But so far, Team Vietnam has shown their strength. They've been dominating the hillside over onto the eastern quarter map. And this is where they will pile that pressure to see whether if Hong Kong, China will fall. And at the meantime, a lot of space being given over the side of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to try to go in for the wraparound. They did manage to get into the zone, but the rest of Vietnam is trying to hold them back. Ragnarok is just being very quiet, staying elusive, as Jordan only has 1 member left. And this is where ID7 goes on to Duke out. And it's going to be in by Ragnarok out of nowhere. They did manage to claim another point, but that's going to go over on the side of tops. Back and forth with the grenades right now in the top 3. Marv now, can he make the job happen as he goes in? But that's okay, 6 not finding it, and it's all down to Prestige. 6 points in, and that's all that there is to it. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will finish off the match here with only 6 elimination points. We'll have 2 points to match up to Myanmar with 27.
That will give them 14 points if they do end up winning out this match. 4 eliminations plus that 10 being the placements points. So we'll see how it goes. There's definitely a chance, but so far I don't think it's a big chance at all, because it's all a 0 by himself against 3 Vietnamese players. And they have found him. He might just get run over, and he does.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The host nation of Vietnam will take pride in securing the final chicken dinner of the night to conclude the finals here in Ho Chi Minh City. It's been a wild ride between the 23 teams that played up from the group stages down to 12, and now we will find out the 8 teams to travel to Aichi, Nagoya, Japan for the 20th Asian Games. And it's the all-stars of Vietnam here driving towards the tail end to show to the hometown crowd that they have always been the heroes to bring pride and joy back to their nation. And it was Win that absolutely stole the show.
Oh yeah, you can see, even though one of the, I think it was the Pakistan team, they were kind of in a bit of a sticky situation. They drove into the wrong compound filled with the team Hong Kong, China, and even though they did get they did do a lot of damage towards Pakistani players, Win was actually able to kind of secure those points and secure those eliminations. Just incredible play here from him. And I mean, this is the team that secured 99 points in the in Group A in that first day. You know, overall 99 points within 6 maps is just an astonishing feat. And for them to close things out in their homeland of Vietnam, it is just a beautiful story. Of course, incredible performance here for them, and of course everybody else there that was on the server. It was very, very close, nail-biting last map.
Yeah, you can see how tough it was. Even the teams that have thrived back in the group stages were finding it a tough time for them to even get by, especially for Team Myanmar. They were basically hanging around that 8th position. They were in a better spot, but they could not really gain all too much of that momentum. But they've done quite enough. I do believe that they might just be able to still get their hands onto those golden tickets. So we'll find out in a short moment. But of course, to those of you guys who have supported your fellow countrymen as well as your own region, we thank you guys so much for giving them that boost of spirit as well as energy to propel up ahead. And of course, this is where we'll start to figure out who are our top 8 to qualify to the 20th Asian Games. In this final matchup, it was between Vietnam, Hong Kong, China, Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, as well as Jordan that has made the mark in the top 4. But of course, going down towards the final moment, I think that Hong Kong, China as a region, they might have been a little bit too passive where they allow other teams to be rallying into those mix of the battle that they did not partake in many of it. So they might have actually allowed too many of all these eliminations to get by to the other squads instead. So as much as the second place finish, I'm afraid it may not be sufficient for them to make it to the top 8.
Well, we will have to wait and see. I mean, it was just a little bit too intense. We don't know whether or not, even if Kingdom of Saudi Arabia made it all the way through, has Jordan stayed in the top 8? There's just so many questions that we need to have answered. This is the rankings of that previous match. A total points of 11 here for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. 23 total points for Vietnam, of course, with that winner chicken dinner with 13 eliminations. Hong Kong, China with 7 points. Thailand as well with 7. Oh, this is very, very close. We're looking at anybody's game. Nepal had a pretty great start there. Early on, they were looking very hot. I think they may have secured themselves a spot, but we've just got to wait for the rankings, man. I think Nepal really did their best to kind of gain as many points as they could. 4 eliminations. They wanted to close it off with a bang.
And
So
certainly,
the points.
we saw, of course, the trials and tribulations for some of these squads out there. Team Malaysia, they got caught out by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and that's where their hopes were dented, where it was only Voki left. Even Team Brunei Darussalam, they were trying to rotate across the fields, and unfortunately, the night was cut short with 0 points. And there you have it. These are your teams that will be moving forward into the 20th Asian Games in Aichi, Nagoya, Japan. We have Team Pakistan at the top of the table with 77 points and 10 points away. It's Indonesia at second place, Vietnam to follow suit at third with the final chicken dinner, followed by Thailand, Jordan, Uzbekistan, Nepal, and of course, last but not least, Team Myanmar. Of course, commiserations to the rest of the teams that have put their level best, but unfortunately, they'll have to work for another 4 years in order to get stronger for the next Asian Games.
So close yet so far there for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Have the same amount of points, but of course we do have tie breakers in the handbook. You know, it comes down to eliminations. It comes down to the placement points as well. So you know they have tallied the points, and unfortunately, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia did not make it out there, man. Contra, you have anything else to say, man? This is just heartbreaking there.
Well, overall, of course, we will celebrate the teams that have been able to make it through. So it's time for us to welcome the players onto the stage, as it's been quite the wild ride. Thank you so much for watching. Enjoy the rest of the show. It's Contra Face as well as Choo Choo. Of course, we'll be signing out for now as we hand it over to our host to take over.
Và chúng tôi sẽ được chúc mừng cho 8 đội tuyển đã vượt qua mọi thử thách để hiện thực hóa giấc mơ của mình.
Congratulations to the 18 who have overcome every challenge and turned their dream into reality.
Họ là những chiến binh đã khẳng định bản lĩnh, tài năng và quyết tâm để giành được cơ hội đại diện cho quốc gia và vùng lãnh thổ trên đấu trường thể thao giành giải nhất châu Á. Đây là thành quả xứng đáng cho những nỗ lực và tinh thần thi đấu bền bỉ mà các vận động viên đã thể hiện trong suốt hành trình vừa qua.
These are the teams that have demonstrated exceptional skill, resilience, and determination to earn the opportunity to represent their nations and territories on Asia's most prestigious sporting stage. This achievement is a testament to the dedication, perseverance, and competitive spirit they have displayed throughout their journey.
Và ngay bây giờ, hãy cùng chào đón những đại diện chính thức của bộ môn PUBG Mobile tại Asian Games 2026.
And now, please join us in welcoming the official PUBG Mobile to Asian Games 2026.
Xin chúc mừng cho đội tuyển Myanmar.
Congratulations team Myanmar.
Chúc mừng cho đội tuyển Nepal.
Congratulations team Nepal.
Chúc mừng cho đội tuyển Uzbekistan.
Now, congratulations team Uzbekistan.
đội tuyển Jordan.
Congratulations, Team Jordan.
Chúc mừng cho đội tuyển Thái Lan.
Congratulations, Team Thailand.
Chúc mừng cho đội tuyển Việt Nam.
Congratulations, Team Vietnam.
Chúc mừng cho đội tuyển Indonesia.
Congratulations, Team Indonesia.
Và xin được chúc mừng cho đội tuyển Pakistan.
And congratulations, Team Pakistan.
Và quý vị và các bạn thân mến, như vậy là hành trình của vòng tuyển chọn Asian Games 2026 bộ môn PUBG Mobile đã chính thức khép lại.
And with that, the journey of the 2026 Asian Game Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Game version has officially come to an end.
Và chúng tôi xin được cảm ơn các đội tuyển, các thành viên ban huấn luyện cũng như là các bạn khán giả, và chính niềm đam mê cũng như là sự cổ vũ nhiệt tình của tất cả các bạn đã góp phần tạo nên những khoảnh khắc thật sự là tuyệt vời trong suốt 3 ngày thi đấu vừa qua.
We would like to extend our sincere thanks to all the teams, distinguished guests and viewers who have been with us throughout this journey. Your patience, support and enthusiasm have helped create unforgettable moments that make this tournament so special.
Và từ vòng tuyển chọn cho đến đấu trường Asian Games vào tháng 9 năm nay, các đội tuyển sẽ còn một hành trình dài ở phía trước, tầm cao nhất.
From qualifiers to the Asian Games stage, a new chapter now awaits. We wish all qualified team the very best as they continue their preparation and strive to deliver their finest performance on the road ahead.
Còn bây giờ, xin kính chào tạm biệt và hẹn gặp lại tại Đại hội Thể thao châu Á Asian Games 2026 tại Nagoya, Nhật Bản.
And now, thank you and goodbye. We look forward to seeing you again at the 20 Asian Games 2026 in Nagoya, Japan.